just really no dates for any of it. It was just like, it was a lot of information with no dates. But, so anyway, we're starting to get all information about new games. It just kind of sucks that so far we don't have much in the realm of dates. So far we know Sonic Colors Unlimited, the new version of the game, which is basically the same game remade for modern consoles, is coming out in September. And then we know that, Dying Light 2, I guess, is coming out in December, right? And that's about it. So that's what we know so far today. I'm more excited for finding out about the New Horizon. And that is supposed to be coming up today. We're supposed to get information about the New Horizon. So, should be good. Alright, anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like my content and you want to support my streams, there's many ways you could do it. I already mentioned them. You could tip me. You could join with a channel membership. Or you could do a super chat. If you do any of those things, you will get an actual pop-up thank you during the stream now. Because I actually got them fucking working. Which is a good thing. However, right now, the best way to support the stream is by tipping me. I'm trying to raise a certain amount of tips every day to make up for the fact that I don't have a Twitch partnership anymore. Yes, I do have a YouTube partnership, but I don't get any positive benefit from that until the end of June. So between now and the next 3.5 weeks, the only income I'm getting is from tips. And I need that to pay all my bills. So please, if you like the content and you like the streams, please tip me if you can. You can tip me by looking at the description of the video. There's a link there to do it. Or you could type !tip into the stream chat. And that will also bring it up. So that way you can, contribute to the streams and keep them going. All right? Thank you in advance to anyone who contributes in any way, shape, or form today. I really appreciate that. Okay? Shout-outs time, because we're going to get started sooner rather than later. We're not going to have a long pre-stream here. Shout-out to the anonymous $15 tipper who got tipping started today and says, I've been looking forward to Ask the King for weeks. I love this content. And keep it going. It's all good. Thank you to the anonymous $15 tipper. I appreciate that. Shout out to EDP445 who tipped me $2 and says, get yourself a cupcake on me. All right. I know that's not really the guy who people apparently are saying is some kind of a controversial content creator, but thank you for the tip. And ACDC tipped me $1.30 and said, can you explain the origins of Where Am I Playing? You still haven't told me. I hope you weren't causing trouble. If it is what I think it is, because, again, I only got to remember from my own personal memory, who knows where these detractors get their fucking memes from. A very long time ago, meaning like over 10 years ago, around the start of when Street Fighter 4 was becoming popular, I attended a tournament. It was a first-time ever tournament run by this group of guys who had no idea what the fuck they were doing. It was the most disjointed, disorganized tournament I've ever been to in my entire life. And you're talking to someone who's been to hundreds of tournaments, okay? They didn't have a clue how to run a tournament. So I'm at this tournament, and I was filming for YouTube. Because back in the day, I used to go to tournaments and film tournament footage and put it up on my YouTube channel, Dark Side Phil. This is a long time ago, by the way. So I'm filming, and I get grabbed by the tournament staff and told that I'm up. It's my turn to play in a tournament. Okay, let me stop recording and I'll come over. So I did. All right, I'm ready. Where am I playing? What's going on? Oh, we don't know yet. Stand right there. Okay. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. What's going on? You called me over. You stopped me from enjoying the tournament that I paid to be at. Can you please tell me where I'm playing? Oh, we still don't know what's going on. Oh, then why'd you call me? Why did you disturb me from enjoying the tournament to have me come over here if you're not ready? So I walked away. 10 minutes, 20 minutes later, they're screaming again, where's Dark Side Phil? Where's Dark Side Phil? They did this all day. Like, all day, they kept calling me for matches. And then when I went over and said, I'm ready, I'm here, they weren't ready to have me play my match. Okay? So, eventually what happened was, they were calling me so much, I got pissed. And I started screaming at the top of my lungs. You're not telling me where to play. Don't call me unless you're ready, you jackasses. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. Your tournament sucks. And by the way, it wasn't just me. There was a lot of people at this tournament. I'm talking probably about 40, 50 people who were regulars going to tournaments who were all upset. And everyone basically wanted a refund from this fucking thing. We were just pissed off. This thing sucked ass, okay? So eventually what ended up happening during that tournament was, I had to use the bathroom. All right? So I went up to my hotel room to take a shit. I was probably gone 15 minutes. I went up, took a shit, came right back. I mean, it made sense. I don't want to stay out, hang out in my hotel room. I'm here to be at the tournament. I come back down and I get told I was eliminated from the tournament because I wasn't there for my match. I said, are you out of your mind? You've been calling me for 3 straight hours and didn't have my match ready. I went to use the bathroom. I come back and you eliminate me. So, fuck. I said, these guys fucking suck shit. And basically a bunch of people got in their face and got refunds because the tournament was one of the worst run tournaments ever in history, and they were forced to give people refunds because the thing sucked ass. So that's, if that is where the meme comes from, which I believe it is, what it is someone actually had a clip of me screaming at these assholes, telling them, I don't know where I'm fucking playing because you didn't tell me. You keep calling me and I come over and you tell me you're not ready. What are you wasting my time for? Admittedly, if you were at a tournament and someone called you for 3 straight hours and every time you walked over they told you they didn't know what was going on, you'd probably be just as pissed as me. Especially if you were busy doing other stuff and having fun. I was having fun watching high-level tournament play and recording it, and I keep being pulled away to being told, oh, we're inept and we don't know how to run this tournament. So anyway, I'm pretty sure that's where it came from, okay? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that is it for shout-outs so far. Reminder, again, if you tip, if you become a member of the channel, or if you do a super chat, you should get a pop-up now. All these things should now work, okay? Fair enough? Are we ready to start the show? I guess I should get my cowboy hat ready, right? Okay. By the way, thank you to the mods who are already trying to help out, as you guys knew during today, because it's a Q&A show. You knew we were probably going to get a bunch of assholes in here, and yes, there's assholes in here.
Thanks to Jubbity Bubbity for joining the hate army.
Let's get started, my friends.
The Ziggy Piggy's back!
YouTube mode on. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on? Phil here. Welcome to the show. It looks like my leaderboard is crooked for some reason. Let's fix that. Welcome to the show, everyone. Welcome to Ask the King. Today is Thursday, May 27, 2021. I'm Darkside Phil. I welcome you here to the show. This is the first time that I'm doing Ask the King in almost 3 months, because this month has been very busy for new releases. In fact, right now I'm in the midst of playing 3 new release games and trying to finish them up. I am at the end of 2 of them. So basically the show was supposed to be much earlier this month, but in the midst of playing all these new releases, plus the fact that everything that happened in the last month that's been so crazy. Everyone knows who's been following me, all the crazy shit that happened to me in the last month. First, losing my Twitch partnership for no legitimate or valid reason at all, not even being told by Twitch why. Then, weeks later, getting banned from the site, or I should say suspended from the site, for something I literally didn't do, them admitting their mistake and re-admitting me to the site within an hour, right? And then me saying, screw all this, this is in 2 terrible things happening in 1 month with these assholes, I'm moving over to YouTube. So taking my streams off of Twitch and moving them exclusively over to YouTube, where I am right now live streaming from DSP Gaming on YouTube, right? And then coming to find out after the fact, weeks after that, supposedly I lost my partnership because I was using hateful speech. Fucking ridiculous nonsense. I'm not one of the least hateful fucking people that there could be in content creation. I don't rant and rave about, you know, topics that are gonna have anyone say shit like that. It's just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Every once in a while, you know, I say something because I'm pissed off at a game or someone who's already actively attacking me or insulting me. But I'm not a hateful person who sits on a fucking stream saying hateful things constantly, right? So, the most ridiculous, absolutely most ridiculous month I've had, okay? And since this show was supposed to be in early May, but we saw what happened over the course of the last month. We had the Twitch issues and everything, me moving over to YouTube. I'm finally getting around to doing the show. This is actually the 80.
The best way to help me out right now, contribute, is by tipping me.
Yes, the 86th
right now, I'm
episode
really in a bad
of Ask the King
financially. So
about a decade this show's been running.
It's
pretty damn crazy when you really think about it. I don't do it as consistently as I used to. And admittedly, guys, I said this on the pre-stream, and I'm going to say it live on the show as well.
It's been pretty slow.
For those of you who are longtime viewers of me, longtime viewers of my content, and longtime viewers of this show, Ask the King, I don't know.
I need that money.
How viable it really is to do it anymore. I'll be honest with all of you, these questions, there wasn't a lot. There was not a lot to work with in order to put together a show this time. And this was me waiting extra weeks.
Dark Dave's fault.
Extra weeks from when the show was originally supposed to be broadcast and recorded, and telling people on my streams constantly, please post up your questions. And still, it was hard to put together enough questions for this show. Maybe the era of Ask the King is a bygone era, and maybe we should just accept the fact that because I'm an interactive live streamer, I talk with you guys every single day now, and therefore there's really no reason for an ongoing Q&A show like this. But the thing is, every time I say something like that, the longtime viewers and fans freak out and say, no, Ask the King is one of the final remnants of what you used to do on YouTube. You know, all those other shows have gone away. DSP Tries It isn't consistent anymore, only happens during special events. There's no more Weekend Preview. There's no more channel updates. There's no more this or this or this. Ask the King is the one running show you still do, and one of the few pieces of content you put up on your vlogging channel, The King of 8 Vlogs, so keep doing it. So every single time that I go to say, well, maybe the show shouldn't be done, then you guys want me to do it, and I end up doing it. All right.
Does that sound like ack? No.
We're going to do the show. Let's see how the show goes today. All right. We're going to have patron questions. Yes, for the first time in like a lot of episodes, we actually have a couple questions from patrons because people actually pledged to my Patreon this month to help me out when I lost my Twitch partnership. And thank you to anyone who did. So we're going to have 2 questions from patrons. We're going to have questions posted specifically on the forums. Then questions off of my Twitter from over here from earlier today. And then when there's time at the end of the show, which likely there'll be at least a segment where I'll be taking live questions from the stream chat as well. All right, so tons of ways to submit your questions. I hope that you will. All right. By the way, if you want to support this show, there's many ways to do so now. You can send a tip live right there. That'll get a pop-up on the stream if you do, and I'll give you a shout-out. Now I have enabled pop-up messages for people who are members of the channel, like which is the subs here. They're called members on YouTube. Or super chats, which are the equivalent of what cheers used to be over on Twitch. Those get pop-up messages now. Those are going to show up here, and then the tips are going to show up here. So we're going to have things popping up all over the screen now during my streams, okay? So thank you to anyone who does contribute to the stream in advance. In fact, BattleDuck9000 tipped me $4.20 and said, let's get ready to rumble. And Gary BKK just tipped me $25. So thank you guys for your contributions so far today. Let's get those up on the leaderboard. Gary is now the top contributor of the stream. Thank you, thank you. So that's going to be 43, right? 43 bucks. Oh, wait, then I have to add in BattleDuck, which is 420, so it's actually 47. Very nice. Thank you guys for an early start. Appreciate that. If we do hit 150 channel memberships, we'll unlock a new emote slot, which is how it actually works on YouTube, which is kind of similar to how Twitch works. Let's be honest here. It's not 50, it's 25. The more, you know, the more members you get, the more emotes you unlock. And we have to hit 150 and we unlock a new one. So, FYI. Okay? All right. Thank you guys for the contributions. Let us now get started with the questions, shall we? All right. So, we're going to start off with patron questions this time around. 2 patrons wanted to get their questions answered on the show. We start off with Trev Slayer. He says, hey, Phil, good to see you thriving after 12 years of content creation. If you can believe it, I'm coming up on 13. It would be this September, 13 years of content creation now. A handful of years ago, you used to have such positive comments on your YouTube videos and such. That wasn't a handful of years ago. That was a long time ago. I mean, we're talking probably from the years 2008 through maybe 2012, 2013. Almost every comment was positive. Then, because of the rise of This Is How You Don't Play, we saw a lot of people coming in, and they wanted to get noticed. So they would come in and start saying absolutely disgusting things on my videos. And I would say over the course of like 2014 to 2016, every comment became a toxic negative comment that was insulting because people wanted to be noticed on the videos, the negative videos made about me. And that's when I think it was 2017, I just turned off all comments. My longtime viewers and supporters said, please just turn off the comments. We can't even go to your videos anymore because it's toxic in the comments. We don't want to deal with it anymore. And that's why I turned it off. Okay? He said, now you can't even enable comments on stream on YouTube without an extreme amount of trolling. Absolutely correct. Why do you think the internet became so toxic? Well, just like everything, the internet, it changes over time, and as it becomes more mainstream and more people use it, more people find out ways to abuse it. Just being honest, you know, with the internet, it's still to this day, unless you're doing some like horrendous crime, right? Like, you know, you're stalking someone to the point where you're threatening to kill them, or child pornography, or using the internet to have slaves be sold. I'm serious, this happens. Besides those like crazy things that like the FBI and shit would investigate, most things that
The
go on the
Ziggy
internet
Piggy's
just
back.
never get investigated, and there's no consequences for any of them. Like, you could get away with so much really nasty, destructive, toxic shit on the internet under the guise of anonymity, and no one can do anything about it. When I started on YouTube 13 years ago now, okay, when I posted up a video on YouTube, almost every comment would be, wow, here's a new piece of content from Darkside Phil. This is cool. He's a funny guy. Look, he's playing a game. We get to see this game for free. Oh, look, he's playing Street Fighter. He has to add some insight, and we get to see some fun gameplay. Plus, he talks shit, and it's hilarious to hear what he has to say. It was like, and no matter what, people were like, celebratory. We're happy that people are posting up free content on the internet for us to digest. We don't have to spend anything, but we get to watch entertaining and fun and free content. That was the general attitude on YouTube when people were putting comments on videos about 12, 13 years ago. And over the course of time, what ended up happening was that it became more mainstream, more people got into it, and now once it becomes oversaturated, once there's so many people doing something, now the shitheads come in and realize now it's time for us to get away with being toxic, right? So now, wow, we can create a groupthink mentality of basically cultists who just shit on content creators constantly. If you don't believe me, there's entire websites to this shit. You're talking hundreds of people, thousands of people who all just participate in this really disgusting behavior. It's certainly not healthy, and it's certainly not normal behavior, but it exists. And I've had to very, very sadly accept that this is kind of going to exist as long as I'm a content creator, as long as I'm someone who's on the internet, putting myself out here in a public way and putting out content for you guys to digest. There's going to be people who are going to be toxic and negative and are going to attack said content and are going to attack me and my family personally. There's going to be people who are going to leave negative comments on my streams, my videos. They're going to try to flood every avenue of stuff that they could do. Don't even get me started on fucking social media and Twitter. All right. I don't know what else to say. Anyone who has a life that's positive and productive and has actual things in their life that are positive and productive, they focus on that. They don't focus on bringing others down. They focus on propping up the things in their life that are good. So the only thing that I can surmise is that, number one, so much content started getting thrown on the internet that people decided that it wasn't anything to celebrate anymore. It's nothing special. And number two, people realized that they were miserable, and they could share that miserableness with other people across the globe in an anonymous way by trying to ruin their lives through online harassment and being able to get away with it with absolutely zero repercussions. I mean, all the disgusting stuff that's happened to me over the years, and websites like Twitter, YouTube, they don't really give a shit. They don't really do anything about it. You can mass report someone till the cows come home, and 9 times out of 10, they just don't care. It's only if, like, something truly harmful happens. Like if someone actually posts up real private information about me or an actual death threat, then these websites and things will take action. But outside of that, they just don't care. It just becomes a way for people, it becomes a harassment avenue. You know, oh, I could go to YouTube and just fucking make fun of someone constantly and make their lives miserable. Let me do it. I could do it because I can get away with it, right? It is what it is. Now, again, someone who has a positive life, someone who has things in their life that they love, positive hobbies, positive friends, family members, significant others, they don't have time for that shit. They don't have time to sit on the internet and hate on someone. And let me tell you, it's been an eye-opening experience over the last several years when I actually deal with people who are not from the internet, people who are like in real life, all right? And I meet them in real life and we have conversations about who I am and what I do. They cannot believe the stories I tell.
Hound's fault.
They just can't. They think I'm fucking with them. They think I'm lying when I say stuff like, oh, this person actually did this messed up thing to me or whatever. They actually don't believe me. They actually refuse to believe me. They say, no, there's no way that that's true. You're making that up. No, it's real. I have evidence of it. It's documented that this person did a messed up thing. And then they'll be like, oh, really? By the way, shout out to Stray Bullet, who just became a member to the channel. There it is. There's the pop-up right there. Sadly, oh, man. That kind of sucks. You can't really read it, right? All right, hold on a second. Just for the purposes of this stream, I'm going to move that pop-up because you can't read that shit at all. I couldn't read that, right? I'll move it. Here, I'll move it to the upper right-hand corner. That way you'll be able to read the name. That was bad. I couldn't read a thing on that one. And in fact, I'll probably do the same thing for the tips as well. Where is it? Yeah. I'll move them all to the upper corners. That way you guys can actually read the text. Thank you, Stray Bullet, for the channel membership. And sorry we couldn't read your name. I botched it. It's the first time I'm doing this stuff. So apologies there. Okay. So anyway, guys. Yeah, people who aren't part of this internet culture, when you tell them the shit that goes down on the internet, they don't believe you. Because they're like, nah, there's no way that people are that bunch of losers. They have no lives. They just sit there on the internet doing this shit all day. Yes. And they can't believe it. To tell someone that during my bankruptcy process last year, that someone actually called into a phone hearing that I was involved in and impersonated one of my creditors to try to troll me during a stream, they would not, they can't believe it. No, there's no way that happened. It's on the internet, dude. Just bring up the video. Oh, shit. Really? They can't believe it. So anyway, the point I'm making, Trev Slayer, is this happens with everything, though. Like, this is when people realize they can get away with something, and people who just don't have anything productive in their lives to do, they'll fuck around with people. And it's becoming more and more, sadly, more and more apparent that there's a lot of people on this planet who up here, they're not aligned like others. You know what I'm saying? Like, people who have a busy life that's productive don't have time for that shit. But there's people out there who literally have nothing to do with their lives but just sit on the internet and troll people. And that's fucked up when you think about it. Literally all you do is sit on the internet and troll people. You don't have a job. You don't have any friends, any family members, no significant other. All you do is sit there on the internet and troll people. Yes. And there's thousands of these people. It's not like, oh, there's a couple. There's like thousands upon thousands of these people. They just don't have a life. So what's happened is over the last decade, that's actually become common knowledge now. And I think a lot of us didn't know that. A lot of us we all had busy lives. We didn't realize there were this many people with nothing to do. But now we realize that. And now you got to realize, see, if I was going a content creator today was the day when I started being a content creator, I would not tell you my full name. I would not tell you anything about myself. So that way you wouldn't know where I am, where I live. But, you know, that's water under the bridge. It's been so long. All my information is public and people can just fuck with me however they want, you know. But who knew 13 years ago when I started posting videos on YouTube that these toxic ass people would attach themselves to me over the time and just be so nasty. You know, I never would have thought that, right? Who the fuck would have thought that? It's just insane. So anyway, I hope that kind of answers your question. Like, if I were to turn on YouTube comments today, pretty much out of, let's say 100 comments were on a new video, 98 of them would be negative trolls trying to basically get into a negative video by saying the nastiest thing. They're all in competition to say the nastiest thing and get into a negative video about me. Stream chat's the same way. You got people in here right now who literally are just sitting here, right? And say all they're doing is they're here to shit. They're just here to pull down their pants and relieve their bowels on my stream. This is all they do. They literally sit on people's streams and shit all day. That's all they do. All right. No, Chad. Thank you for the super chat, but I'm not going to sue them. That's not how it works. And again, that's the problem with the internet. There's no way. By the way, there's a cool super chat animation. There's no way to do anything. There's no repercussions for anything that they do. You can't hold them accountable for it. They just get away with it, which sucks. Okay. Let's continue on. The next patron question is from Legits. And Legits asks the following. The new Zelda Skyward Sword HD remake has a new fast travel option that is paywalled behind an amiibo. It is already being scalped and sold out everywhere. How do you feel about Nintendo locking critical quality of life in-game features behind having to buy a $25 or more action figure, in addition to the full price of the game? Do you think they will ever stop doing this stuff? I mean, honestly, how do you think I'm going to respond to this? Oh, I think it's a great idea. It's just, it's just a great way to show the customer that you really appreciate that they're going out there and rebuying the game from 10 plus years ago and supporting your content, even though you haven't put out a new Zelda game in like 4 or 5 years. It's just a great way to show the consumer that there's value behind everything. You know, whenever there's on-disc content that's locked behind a paywall, that's definitely customer appreciation. Let me tell you, it really worked for Capcom 10 years ago when they made Street Fighter Cross Tekken, a game where Street Fighter characters and Capcom characters fought with characters from the Tekken franchise, and they locked like 4 to 6 DLC characters already in the game's code behind a paywall for DLCs. Like, it worked so well that it was the beginning of the end for Ono, the game developer behind, or the lead of the studio behind the fighting games, and it led to eventually his downfall. You know, it was such a great idea. Now, obviously, This is really stupid. Obviously, this is Nintendo saying, once again, we know that we have this cultish following. We know that we have a group of people who will buy anything we put out. We could put out a turd on a disc, and we could actually call it like Super Smash Duties, and people would buy it because for some reason people put up with abuse from Nintendo, and I don't understand why. Now, it's gotten better in recent years. If you guys didn't know, finally people started holding people accountable. By the way, shout out to Sir Ignatius, who just became a supporter of the channel. Thank you, Sir Ignatius. I appreciate that. Okay. In recent years, people have finally started holding Nintendo accountable for their mess-ups. For example, the Nintendo Switch. The Joy-Cons on the Switch are trash. I'm sorry. Some people love it and they're fanboys. They are terrible. They have drift. They are not durable whatsoever. The fact that they sold that as part of the console is a joke. The Joy-Cons are crap. You need to actually buy a third-party controller for your Switch if you're going to play anything seriously on it. The Joy-Cons are meant to be a little gimmick for motion control for crappy games, but if you actually try to play a good game on the Switch, you need a better controller. It's just a matter of fact, those Joy-Cons suck. People actually sued Nintendo in a class action lawsuit, and now something is being done by Nintendo screwing over the customers. Finally, after so many years of Nintendo just getting away with it, finally people are starting to hold them accountable. So you would think maybe Nintendo learned, over the past few years, Nintendo actually did a complete 180 on certain things that used to be terrible practices that people put up with. They canceled the Nintendo partnership program on YouTube and just said, anyone can upload Nintendo content now, we won't claim it anymore. That was like a huge step forward positive for Nintendo. They finally understood the gaming community and said, okay, we're going to come out and do something that people can share their experiences with our content, and we're not going to steal their revenue from it, right? So you thought Nintendo was doing better, and now all of a sudden this story comes out, and you're like, what? Are you like, I just can't believe it. Like, what do they do? How do you go so far in one direction and say, okay, we're actually learning, and then completely turn around and go back, right? Like, listen, Nintendo really screwed up during the era of the Wii U. The Wii U undersold monstrously to what Nintendo had expected it to sell based on the sales of the Wii. They lost a lot of money on the Wii U. In fact, they lost so much money on the Wii U that most of the games that were released as Wii U exclusives ended up being re-released on the Switch, so the people who didn't buy a Wii U were able to experience those games on a console people actually bought. Okay? Half the first-party titles for the Switch are re-releases of games that were on the Wii U. Okay? The reason that Nintendo actually kind of didn't have a crash during the era of the Wii U was this right here, amiibos, because people are such rabid fans of Nintendo that they ran out and they bought these little figurines by the hundreds, in some cases by the thousands. They obsessed over them. They turned them into collector's items. They purchased so many of them, okay, that Nintendo actually posted profits during quarters when they weren't selling any games significantly because people bought these little fucking things, okay? During those years, I was highly critical of Nintendo and said, why are you rewarding Nintendo for being a bad game developer by buying a little collectible toy? How does this make any sense? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? Why reward the bad behaviors? But people did, all right? So, now here we are, 2021. And in 2021, Nintendo is going to say, we're going to take a feature that was highly recommended and highly requested from gamers in Skyward Sword. The ability to, at any time, go from where you are in the game, whether it's a town or a dungeon, and go to the overworld, because the overworld in Skyward Sword is actually the sky, flying around on your bird, okay? At any moment, you could just do that. Saves you tons of time. You don't have to be busying around, walking around, and wasting your time to get back to the overworld. Great quality of life feature. Thank you for putting that into the re-release coming out later this year. Oh, by the way, you have to buy this $25 amiibo to use it. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, seriously, what the fuck? What is the wrong with I just don't understand it. I don't understand how you can go that far forward and then go back. I just don't, I don't know what Nintendo is thinking, but the fact that Legit's literally just said, oh, by the way, were you aware that people are scalping those on the internet right now and they're worth a ton of money and people are buying them up and they're sold out everywhere? You are rewarding the bad behavior, right? Right now, worldwide, there's a shortage of consoles that people want the PS5, they want the Xbox Series X, more so the PS5 than the Xbox Series X. The numbers actually show that it's sold in like a 2-to-1 ratio, which is pretty insane when you think about it. But anyway, there is a worldwide shortage, all right? Scalpers have found ways to buy up all of the consoles, which sucks. Admittedly, that's terrible. Scalpers should not be able to buy consoles and keep them out of the hands of actual gamers, okay? But they have. If you go and you buy a console from a scalper because you're so desperate to have it, you can't get it any other way and you can't wait to get it legit, you are promoting and actively supporting the bad behavior that you don't want to continue to happen. If you buy from a scalper, you have now enabled that scalper to make money and continue to do what they do. Do you understand? If you, oh, well, it's the lesser of two evils. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because you're a rabid Nintendo fanboy. If you go out and you buy the fucking Skyward Sword amiibo to get the fat shout, you are part of the problem. You have enabled Nintendo to do the wrong thing again. What people should collectively do is tell Nintendo to go fuck themselves and not buy the fucking amiibo. Say, no, we're not going to do that bad behavior. We're going to play the game for what it is. We like the game. We'll support the re-release. We're not going to spend money on a piece of shit that you're ripping us off for because you want to just basically nickel and dime the customer. You don't deserve that, Nintendo. We are rabid supporters of your content. We buy all your games. We promote your games all over the internet. We fiend at Nintendo Directs. These Nintendo fanboys go crazy whenever there's a new Smash Brothers character that's going to be revealed and shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, you could do all these good things. That's all fun. But the moment you buy that amiibo, you have supported the bad behavior and you're part of the problem. Nintendo would not be doing this if they didn't make money hand over fist on amiibos. They wouldn't. Okay? So I'm just saying, you know, that's my take on it. Yes,
thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
They should not be doing it.
Cat,
but
I need my
how
hot
would
pockets.
Nintendo not
Money
know
with
to do
wings.
that? Because they've been
Wheelchair
conditioned
symbol.
to think
Money with
at any
wings.
moment they can
Wheelchair
abuse the
symbol.
customer base and the people will just accept it and give them more money. That's how they've been conditioned to think that this is acceptable behavior, so they'll just support it. I don't know. Have you, what is it? Like, is it Stockholm Syndrome? Like, you're abused so much by someone that it becomes, you like it? I just don't understand Nintendo fans these days. I just don't get it. By the way, I am a Nintendo fan, but I'm not one of these people who's going to support this kind of behavior. It's insane. I would never support that. So, it's terrible Nintendo's doing it. It's completely anti-consumer. People
Thanks
should
for
not
the money,
support it.
stupid fuck.
That's my take on it. That's my
When you
opinion.
tip Phil, you are
Okay?
a part of the problem. You're enabling his
Okay.
bad
Now we
behavior. You
move
should
on.
be telling Phil to go
Thank
fuck
you to the
himself.
patrons. Thank you to everyone who pledged to my Patreon in the last month to help me out with the whole Twitch situation that happened. Thank you to Trev Slayer and Legits for your questions. Now we move on to the forum questions. These are people who posted up on my forums over the course of the last couple of months. Okay? Okay. So, Beautiful Butterfly asks the following. Hey, Phil, in your opinion, what game did you feel didn't deserve the hate that it received? Well, there's a few games over the years. There was two that I had in mind. Now, one I'm remembering and one I can't remember. Oh, I remember now. There's a few games over the years that I feel that, sadly, there was this bandwagon mentality to, like, railroad these games in a certain way, and I don't feel that it was fair to do so, because when I actually played the games, at least from a perspective of someone who was approaching them from a way that maybe a mainstream reviewer wasn't, I actually really liked the games, all right? The first game is Resident Evil 6, okay? Now listen, admittedly, as a fan of the Resident Evil franchise, Resident Evil 6 does not play like Resident Evil at all. It's an action game. It's a third-person co-op action game where you run around. Yes, by the way, Battle Duck, OBS is running properly. Apparently, one of my browser windows is eating up a ton of RAM. I don't know
Thanks
which
for the
one
money,
it is.
stupid fuck.
So what I'm going to probably do
Don't
here, I'm
buy
going to close
amiibos
a
as
couple
he
of
holds
browser
one in
windows
his
and
hoof.
attempt to try to save RAM. Because I'm being told that it's all fucked up. I'm like, oh, shit. I guess I got to close a few windows here to try to save some RAM, and hopefully nothing, crashes on me. But that was not OBS error. That was actually
Thanks for the money,
a
stupid
RAM
fuck.
alert from my computer saying
Collecting
that
a
my
few
RAM was
amiibos
low.
equates to being abused.
Figure that one out. Okay? So anyway, thank you for that heads up, Battle Duck. He tipped me $1.30. He was concerned that, the stream was going to crash or something. When it's it's fine. The stream's running fine. All right, so anyway, let me get to a there we go. Get to a dark screen so it doesn't kill my eyes. Okay. So thank you, Battle Duck, for the tip as well. Yeah, Resident Evil 6, okay, was not a good Resident Evil game. In fact, I would go as far to say it really wasn't a Resident Evil game. It didn't play anything like Resident Evil. It basically took that third-person gameplay from Resident Evil 4 and 5 and turned it into an action shooter that was a co-op game. So therefore, any element of actual scariness was pretty much removed. Obviously, the only scary part of Resident Evil 6 was when you were playing as Leon. In the early stages, remember, Leon's at like a university, and all of a sudden all the students were infected and became zombies and shit, and they're coming out of the ground and shit. That's pretty scary. But outside of that one segment, the rest of the game is just shoot everything. There's no scare, just shoot a monster. Shoot, shoot, shoot. And it really doesn't feel like Resident Evil 6. Or, excuse me, it doesn't feel like Resident Evil. But the game itself is outstanding. It's incredibly long for a Resident Evil game. It's got 3 actual differing campaigns that intersect at times. It's got amazing graphics for the time on those consoles. That game really pushed the limit of what the graphical engines could do. The gameplay was actually refined and good. The gunplay was really well done. And I remember doing a full playthrough of this game when it released, and I was blown away at how fun it was. I loved it, and everyone panned it and said the game sucked shit. I'm like, for Resident Evil, yeah, maybe, but you can't just say the whole game sucks. Like, it doesn't. Like, factually wrong. The game performs well, it looks good, there's tons of content. Just because it didn't have the survival horror aspects you were looking for doesn't mean it's a bad game. It just isn't really a Resident Evil game. All right? So that's definitely one game that over the years, I've always kind of defended and said I really felt that people gave it a hard time. All right? Murdered Soul Suspect. Now, I talk about this one, and a lot of people say Phil's completely wrong on this one, and you can disagree with me. That's fine. But Murdered Soul Suspect was a game where I felt the story was actually interesting and outstanding, and the gameplay was kind of meh. It wasn't terrible, it just wasn't good. But the story was enough to hook me that I liked the game and wanted to keep playing it to the end. Okay? A lot of people said, oh, the gameplay was just terrible. I don't want to play the game ever. And I played it for an hour, and I got bored, or I hated it. I played through the whole thing and actually really enjoyed it because the story was well written. It was a cool supernatural, thriller, and I liked it because of that. You were a detective who could see like ghosts and shit. You could see the other side, and you were interacting with them, and it was really cool in that regard. But a lot of people hated that game, so that's another one. Now, the one that overall, over the entirety of my content creation history, that I feel was ridiculously mistreated was Duke Nukem Forever. All right? Duke Nukem Forever is a game that was supposed to come out in the 1990s and was stuck in development hell for over a decade. By the time it came out in the early 2010s, I think it was like 2011 or something when it finally came out, the game played like a game from the 1990s. All right? If you liked the original Duke Nukem games, you probably liked Duke Nukem Forever because it played almost identical to those games from the 1990s. For a modernized game, it sucked ass. It didn't have any like the modern gameplay mechanics. The few things that they did modernize didn't really work very well. And the graphics were definitely not good and up to snuff with modern games. But if you were playing it as a nostalgia check, if you were playing it as a game that you were a fan of the original Duke Nukem, okay, and you wanted to get a nostalgic feel like this is a new version of an old game, that's exactly what that game did. But when that game came out, it's almost like every single media outlet went out of their way to review it poorly on purpose to create a fervor so people would check out their content. One gaming service had a girl who was like 21 years old who couldn't possibly have even played the classics in the 90s review the game. And of course she's like, oh, I don't like the gore, I don't like the sexual humor, I don't like this. It's like, did you play the original games? That's exactly what they're going for. So if you like the original games, they hit it dead on what you're looking for. Why'd you have a 21-year-old woman review the game who never played the original and is offended by sexualized content? Like, gee, you think you maybe picked the wrong fucking person to review the game? And that was the mainstream review. Sadly, just don't do their jobs well. They're not responsible for what they put out. They just feel that because it's a review, it's an opinion, it could be as right or wrong, as negative or positive as we feel. If one day I wake up and I got the runs, so I'm in a real bad mood, and I'm reviewing a game, the runs really piss me off, so I just say the game sucks. That's fine. It's totally, that's just journalistic integrity because, you know, I'm a journalist and it's protected because it's just an opinion, man. Like, what are you talking about? No. Just like everyone else, all right? Just like everyone else. Basically, what should happen is these companies should be held accountable for what they're doing. They should be held accountable for what they're doing. Not, oh, we're protected under the guise that it's a fucking opinion piece. That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit. All right? All right. Anyway, that's my take on it. Those are some games that I thought over the years were treated unfairly. Okay? So some people are saying that my stream lagged. From my perspective, looking at it, it didn't. From my perspective, the stream's running beautifully. I'm not seeing any issues with the stream. So I don't know why people are saying that, except maybe something did. I don't know. I don't see anything on my end saying that the stream had any issues. It may be a YouTube issue. People are saying, yeah, it lagged. They had to refresh. It sounds like a YouTube issue to me because everything on my end is still going smooth. I didn't get a warning, nothing. It's still going. That sounds like YouTube screwed up. So that's fine. You might have to refresh your streams or whatever. I apologize for that. It buffered for 20 seconds. Yeah, and you see, I'm looking, and I don't think it doesn't look like it was something on my end. What I could do, all right, give me a second. I'll double check. I got to go to the PC, obviously. Let me just double check, but I'm pretty sure that I'm good because I closed a bunch of windows. Let's see. Let's see. Well, let's see what I can do here. I guess I could close Firefox entirely. Well, that freed up a little bit. Alright, I think I'm alright now. Okay. Alright, I think I'm good. Yeah. I definitely should be good now. I just checked and it says that I'm only at like 60-something% of my RAM and my CPU. So I think I'm good now. I think it was just an issue where you know, some of the browser windows have been open for a long time, and that tends to eat up memory in the background. So, okay. Local Nomad took me $4. He says, I agree with you on Resident Evil 6, but I thought Capcom owes everyone who beat the game on a professional a new controller. Some of the QuickTime events during Sherry's segment require you to violently spin the joystick to complete. Yeah, that was basically the tail end of the era of every game had insane QuickTime events. Remember that? Like, there was this weird era of, like, 5 years where every single game that was action-based had to have, like, 1 million QuickTime events in it. And Resident Evil was definitely one of those franchises for some odd reason. And I can imagine if you're playing it on the hardest difficulty that they probably ramped it up to annoy you, right? So, all right. Thank you very much, Local Nomad, for the tip. Okay. Let's continue. The next question is from Muffler Bearing. And they said, Would you ever join a role-playing server for content creators? The popular one right now is NoPixel 3.0, a Grand Theft Auto 5 role-playing server. You must be whitelisted to play it. Many streamers who average less than 1,000 viewers have actually joined. The server is regulated. Someone named XQC, who averages 85,000 viewers, received a 2-week ban for breaking the rules, so there's no trolls. See, here's the thing. I don't think it would work. Even if I was interested, all right? Even if I was interested in playing it, I don't think it would work because I think the trolls would ruin it for me. Like, I think that they would find a way to flood the server and kind of fuck it over. You know what I'm saying? I feel that they would do something to ruin it for me. Even if I did nothing wrong, if I was obeying by the rules, I went on the server role-playing a character or whatever, they would try to do something to ruin it for me. You know? Do something in my name or just attack the server because I'm on it. And then what's going to happen? Even if I'm not doing the thing that's wrong, if enough people do something that's wrong, the people responsible for that server are going to kick me off and say, well, you're just too much trouble, right? I don't feel that it would be something that would work. Now, in reality, I don't know anything about role-playing servers. I don't even know how that would work. What do you have to actually, like, impersonate or play a character? Is there voice acting involved? Like, because there's voice communication over GTA 5 Online, right? So you actually have to, like, pretend you're the real character. Like, is it like D&D in Grand Theft Auto, where you're pretending to be the character the whole time and stuff? I don't know how that would work. I don't know anything about role-playing in a game like that. I've certainly never participated in anything like that. But I just feel like even if I tried it, even though you're saying, oh, don't worry, there's all these protections in place and shit, I just feel like they would find a way around it. You know what I mean? I do. I feel like they would find a way around it and fuck it up. If this guy, who apparently is a streamer, gets 85,000 viewers, if he fucks it up, you know what I mean? I just get the feeling it would get fucked up somehow. Not that I have any evidence or anything of that, because I don't know anything about it. All right. If you guys would ever be interested in seeing me do something like that, obviously let me know and send that desire my way, and I will look into it. But this is the first I've really ever heard anyone even mentioning it. I didn't even know those servers existed. I didn't know anything about it. Now, thank you to Local Nomad. I forgot to call out Gunner Glasses. We raised $50 in tips so far on the stream so far today, so I put on the Gunner Glasses. That's the first tier reward. Remember, tier 2 is $100 to put on a vest, so I forgot. Thank you guys for that support, and that's why I put on the glasses, all right? Moving on, the next question is from Cisco Certified, and Cisco says the following. Social media has proven to be a useful tool when used in a positive way. However, it also has become a very dark place because of bullying, racism, fraud, and other kinds of negativity that many of its users are victims of, with very little to no accountability or punishment for the perpetrators. If every social media account required verification with higher level ID credentials, such as passports, rather than just phone numbers and email addresses, do you believe that would make users think twice before abusing or violating fellow users due to accountability, punishment, and shame that they would have to face as a result? It's an interesting premise. If you're being allowed to post on a social media site, number one, should you have to provide more information to prove you are in real life who you're actually saying you are? Can you just not make one of these crazy throwaway burner accounts? Instead, you actually have to have a verified identity in order to have a social media account. In addition, would people be held accountable for their actions on social media rather than just how it is now, which is literally, oh, it's the Wild West. If someone does something wrong, just block that person and don't deal with them ever again. But that person never gets any kind of consequence, you see? And by the way, even today, let's say, for example, you're on Twitter. Someone harasses you on Twitter. Someone says nasty shit to you. And you report them to Twitter, and Twitter says, okay, that's a violation of our rules, and they shut down their account. Within 2 seconds, they can just make a new account. Because you don't have to give any real-life information to prove who you are, so you can just make bullshit up and get a new account within minutes. Same thing here on YouTube. Why do you think, since I came from Twitch to YouTube, that the YouTube chat is such a mess? Because people can just keep making these crappy burner accounts that don't mean anything and have no verification of who they really are within minutes. So, it's an interesting take, since this is a rampant problem now, And since we're now seeing people who are being actually abused online, it's a difference between, oh, it was just someone making a few jokes versus someone's being systematically abused online. Their identity is being stolen. They're being treated like shit. You know what I mean? Like everywhere they go, they're getting harassed. Should there be accountability for that? Obviously, as someone who's been through that for the greater part of, like, you know, I'd say argue 6 to 7 years now straight that this has happened to me. Yeah. Obviously, I feel that there should be accountability. The problem is, it goes both ways, and there's a slippery slope here that we have to be careful of, right? When you're giving your personal information to every fucking website you go to, that's your personal information, and if that leaks on the internet, you don't want it out there. Someone could then use that information to harass you even further, right? So let's say, for example, to go on Twitter, you have to actually show them your driver's license and prove that that's you. And if someone tries to make a duplicate account, it's the same person, they don't let you make duplicate accounts. So in essence, you'd only ever be able to make one Twitter account. And therefore, if it ever gets banned, you're shot. You can't use Twitter anymore, right? Of course, this is all hypothetical because you know people would find a way around it. You know people would have a fake driver's license and this and that. How on earth would the staff of fucking Twitter be able to figure out who's real and who's not? They probably wouldn't be able to with any degree of accuracy, all right? But at the very least, a level of security there that doesn't exist right now, do you think that would deter people? No. I don't think it would deter people at all. I just think you'd have people acting like assholes and getting banned and then not being able to continue that inappropriate behavior. But my concern would be these companies, as is today, are not secure. How many times do you hear about a data breach? This company had a data breach. That company had a data breach. Oops, our database was accessed by someone on the outside who shouldn't have had access. And even though we don't have any concrete evidence that any personal information could have been leaked, there's a possibility. And therefore, we're going to provide you with a year of free identity theft protection service right here at this link. I'm not, over the course of me being an adult, I think that's happened to me like 5, 6 times. Like, I remember a long time ago, I can't remember what it was, but one of the schools that I went to contacted me over the years and said they had a data breach. It wasn't my main university. I guess there was like another school that I'd gone to, I think for like my master's degree at one point. And they said they had a data breach. The internet, all the shit was on the internet. You get this all the time with forum dumps, like old ass forums that don't exist anymore or went out of business, but you registered for the forum and somehow your information, your email, your old password from the forum gets dumped on the internet, right? This just tends to happen. Hell, I got it from a bank that I had a credit card with once. Oh, sorry, all the information got leaked. And the thing is, like, there's really no recourse for that. When you sign up for those companies, in their terms of service and shit, it always says we're not responsible for a data breach and shit like that. That's just a risk you're taking by giving them your personal info. That's a risk you're taking. And it's just one that you're expected to take. I don't see how that works because I think that if a company is given your personal information, it should be under their responsibility to protect that information and make sure it doesn't get into the wrong hands. And if it does, you should be able to sue the fuck out of them. But apparently all these companies have these weird agreements, arbitration agreements and shit that say you can't do that. Okay? But I'm not kidding. Like maybe 6 times since I've been an adult, that's happened to me with various accounts and things all over the internet. I get a random letter in the mail. Data breach. Your data may be out there, and therefore, here's free identity theft protection for a year. Okay? So what's to say that you go to, say, Twitter or Facebook or YouTube or, you know what I mean? And you create an account. Oh, you need to verify your identity. Okay, here's my driver's license. Oops, data breach. Your driver's license is now on the internet. Right? So, I don't know. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's kind of a double-edged sword here. Would there be more protections? Possibly. Maybe you could actually get some of these assholes off the internet and not able to harass people systematically anymore. At the same time, if someone's that dedicated to having no life and harassing someone on the internet, likely they're going to find a way to make fake accounts anyway. And now your real-life information is out there, and what if one of these companies fucks up, and now your information gets accessed by someone, right? Like, it's kind of like, I can see both ways. I can see there could be some good things to it, but there could be some very, 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 very bad things resulting from that. You see what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Like, I would need to be convinced by a company. I would need to be convinced by a company that they are responsible enough to handle my personal info to give them that info. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know if that would add a layer of protection or not. What's to stop someone from just making shit up? I mean, there have been people making fake driver's licenses forever, right? So what's to say that someone wouldn't be able to just do that easily and send that information and do fake stuff? You know what I'm saying? So, let's see here. Baby Vaso to me $3 said it's all about embracing the trolls. They'll never go away. Have you not entertained the idea of requiring a $25 minimum to answer questions about trolls? Ban personal and sexual questions, but if you require $25 or more, everyone wins. What? So you're saying monetize the troll content. Anything that's negative about me, a negative question or a negative about trolls, I should monetize that content. Wow. I mean, you want to talk about trying to benefit from negativity. Monetize the negativity, right? No, I will admit, Baby Vaso, I'll be very honest with you here. I don't think that's ever occurred to me to monetize the negativity. I prefer to try to ignore the negativity or focus on the positivity. If there's a random question I get during Ask the King that has to do with trolls or whatever, you know, I'll try to answer it as matter-of-factly as I can. But I would prefer not to focus in on a big deal. Like, and you know what I mean? Like, here's the thing. I understand what you're saying, but do you want an entire show of toxic questions to be answered? And you know what would happen is people would just say that they're not satisfied with the answers because the whole reason that they asked the question was to troll me anyway. So they'd constantly be trying to bring up problems. Whenever there's money involved, that's when big problems arise. You see what I'm saying? Like right now, these questions were posted on my forums, and people, if I answer your question or not, it's of no consequence, right? People who pledge to my Patreon, I fully answer their questions in a big amount of detail because these are positive people who are supporters of mine and want their questions answered. But now, let's say, oh, it's $25 to get a question answered that's a trollish question, right? Not only do we have an entire segment of this show that would be arguably really negative and real fans wouldn't like, but in addition to that, the trolls would just fucking try to hurt me anyway. So, for example, they would say, oh, well, I pledged to Phil's Patreon. He didn't answer my question the way that I wanted, and therefore I'm going to complain to Patreon and say he doesn't go through his pledges properly to try to get him out of the program. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you try to monetize or not. They're just going to try to spin it in a negative way. So I would just rather not do that and not open the can of worms. You know what I mean? Why hit the hornet's nest with that big stick? Fuck that. Stay away from the hornet's nest, right? Okay. Let's do one more question, then we'll take our first break for the show. So this question is from Hans Sala, and he says, what are your thoughts on games being announced way too early? Do you think that a game will lose its hype and people lose interest as time passes? Why do you think that they do it? One example would be Elden Ring. It was announced before 700 days have now passed, and there's still no information on that game according to the rumors. It won't even be shown at the upcoming E3. Yeah, here's the thing. When it comes to games promotion, and when it comes to building hype for a game, all right, I think now these game studios are realizing that there's a way to go about it not to create unreasonable expectations, all right? For example, a game like Cyberpunk 2077, that game was announced so long ago, and then no information for an extended period of time. Then you'd be given a piece of information that promised something, and then they start showing gameplay of it years later, and that's not even representative of what the final game is going to be. It's just an idea. Okay? You see what I'm saying? Like, Cyberpunk is the textbook way not to do it. They built up so much hype for their own game through promises they couldn't keep, through showing the game over the years in ways that wasn't even the real game. It was actual fake. They were claiming it was in-game content. It wasn't. It was all pre-rendered shit that was not really game engine stuff. It was bullshit. They lied. And when you hype a game up so much, you have such high expectations by the time it comes out, there's no way you're ever going to live up to them. Now, by the way, I'm not defending CD Projekt Red because they fucked that game up royally. Everyone knows how bad that game is. And still is. Even after how many months now? 6, 7 months? It's not a good game. Still now, it's a piece of shit. Okay? There's got to be a way to balance hype an anticipation for a game with actual knowledge or information of the development cycle of said game to a final product. And I don't know if it's 2 years, I don't know if it's 3 years, if it's 1 year. Like, for example, I don't know if there's a sweet spot or if there's an exact direct formula yet. But I think what these game developers are now realizing is if you announce a game way too early, you will create this air of anticipation that you then can never live up to, because people have been waiting for this game for so long. No matter what you put out, it will not be good enough, you see? Dying Light 2 was announced how many years ago? I want to say 4, 5. I remember, you know, at least 2 E3s ago. Now, last year there was no E3. So it's not E3 2019. We're probably talking E3 2018, where they announced the game and there was gameplay footage of it and everything, right? And this game has just been stuck in development hell for like 4 years. It's crazy how long it's been in development, and still we don't have information about this game. Finally, today we got it. It's coming out in December, right? Now, after waiting 4 or 5 years for the game, do you really think that whatever comes out in December, that people are going to be super happy with it? Because they waited for so long, you see? Elden Ring is a game that's being developed by From Software, arguably one of the biggest AAA studios now in the world, because they put out a special kind of game that people really enjoy, all right? The ultra difficult, unforgiving kind of game. And full of lore, great graphics usually, great gameplay elements, right? But Elden Ring's been in development now for, like he just said, over 2 years. We knew about it. All we knew is that the maker of Game of Thrones would be involved in it. We didn't know to what capacity, but that just built up more hype for it. But the fact that we haven't seen any significant gameplay out of this game at all, in how long, right? In how effing long? It's just like out of control. And what happens is this is going to build up resentment. This is going to build up feelings of being upset, because this is a fan base that's now become so into the From Software formula. They want those games. There's entire streamers that all they do is stream From Software games. And there's not that many. There's not that many. You know, the Soulsborne games, there's not that many of them. So how you make content out of that constantly, I don't even know, right? So for me, you know, I hear, oh, a game's coming out. I'm like, that's great. Is there any information about the game? Do we have any idea when it's coming out or anything? I don't get hyped for a gameplay trailer anymore. I just don't. When I see a first trailer announcement for a game, I don't get hyped at all. I'm happy to know a game's being developed, but I don't get hyped for it anymore. Because just because there was a gameplay trailer today doesn't mean you're going to see that in the next 5 years. Why get hyped over something that you're going to wait that long for? That anticipation is just going to gnaw away at you and make you feel awful, you know? So yeah, I actually feel now that we're seeing certain games like Cyberpunk flop completely, you know CD Projekt Red is very, very remorseful that they did what they did with that game, and that they announced it so early, that they had to redesign it multiple times during its life cycle, and they weren't transparent with the stuff they were putting out to the public about it. You know, they're like, fuck, man, we can never do that again. In fact, if they're working on a new Witcher or they're working on another project, I would guarantee you're not going to hear anything about it until like a year before it's ready. Because they don't want to make that same mistake again, you see? And the same thing with Elden Ring. Like, if From Software wasn't ready to start putting out information about Elden Ring, why even tell anyone about it? I don't understand that. Why did they even bother announcing it if they weren't ready to give any kind of info at all? Like, and then we get a leak. Remember earlier this year, what was it, 2-3 months ago? There was an actual leak, what it appears to be a legitimate gameplay trailer for the game that they were probably going to be releasing around Summer Games Fest, E3 time. They likely were going to be releasing that around now. That leaked. They were silent. Completely radio silent. No response, nothing about if it's legit or not. And now the rumor is they're not even going to present anything at E3 or Games Fest. It's like, wait, what? Well, you had a trailer ready, so obviously you were going to. You see? So, for me, I feel that, yes, there has to be like a newly established way to go about game promotion. And it can't be announce your game way before it's ready. Beyond Good and Evil 2, are you kidding me? Is that game even still being made? That game was announced how many years ago, and we have nothing. Don't even have a single piece of gameplay yet. So why do we care? Why did we get hype about it 4 or 5 years ago, right? So yeah, I think game companies are going to be a lot more skeptical. about when they announce things, they basically need to have a game ready and in the pipeline. So if you can release your game within the next year, announce it and hype it up and promote it. But if you can't, don't bother, because all you're going to do is get people that are overhyped and disappointed by the time it finally comes out. That's my take on it, okay? All right, really quickly. Only Ice Coffee tipped me $1.30 saying he accidentally forgot to post up his Patreon question, but he's wondering, do I have any regrets in my life about his streaming career? And if so, what would be the biggest regret for life in my career? I mean, my regret is that my personal life sadly gets affected by this. Like, I love what I do for a living, but my personal life should not be affected by things that happen, and it does all the time. You know, it does. My ability to provide for my family shouldn't be affected by, oh, today some dumb fuck over at Twitch decided to cancel my partnership and not tell me why and not legitimize it at all. You know what I'm saying? And then I go, and my wife is crying because she feels like I've been mistreated awfully, and she's hoping that everything's going to be okay. It's fucked up stuff. It shouldn't happen. It just shouldn't happen at all. I shouldn't have anything behind the scenes in my personal life affected by what I'm doing on a stream, but it happens all the time. And it's fucked up in that regard. I wish that at some point in my life, I had found a way to separate my personal life completely from my professional life. That didn't happen. When I started on YouTube, this was a new thing. I didn't realize that information that I had given out years and years ago would turn into a way to stalk me and basically ruin shit for me behind the scenes constantly. I didn't know that. Okay, I just didn't. And it's fucked up to the lengths that some people go to try to ruin things for me and my family. Being honest here without going to any specifics, there's been some really fucked up, messed up things that have happened to me over the years that I don't talk about on stream because you don't want to give that kind of shit attention. You just don't. Okay? And it's just really messed up that even though I will take personal responsibility for a lot of the things that have happened to me over the years, that a lot of the times it's at least because of the actions of some fucking troll on the internet. You know, how stupid is that? Some dumb fucking troll, some no-life loser actually concretely hurt me. And that's what they want to hear. That's exactly why they do it. You know? But if I don't tell you guys about it and tell you the truth, then I won't even be able to get through half the shit that they do to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just fucked up. And my regret is I wish over the years I would have been able to separate this content from things that affect my personal life. If I could have had it completely separate, that way there was no overcrossing pain, that would have been amazing. Don't get me wrong. The way that I now perform my personal life separate from my content has been tremendously helpful. My wife and I love our life right now and want it to continue this way. We don't want to have that overlap right now. Everything that we say and do outside of my streams somehow spills onto the fucking internet. We don't want that. We want to have our own personal life behind the scenes that is not affected by things that I do on my streams, okay? But there's crossovers and there's not much I can do about it. You know, that's probably my biggest regret, I would say. I wish that I could have done something differently in that regard, but when I started, I had no idea that anything that I said or did on the internet would result in the amazing amount of negativity and negative influence on my life that it has. Okay? An anonymous $1.30 tipper says, after the big rant about Nintendo, surely you're not going to play Skyward Sword HD and enable Nintendo's bad behavior for your money. There's no reason to not buy the game, just don't buy the amiibo. There's nothing wrong with Nintendo over 10 years later re-releasing a game that a lot of people liked a decade ago. And by the way, my major concern and criticism of the game a decade ago was that the Wii forced you to use motion controls when you played it, and the motion controls were absolutely fucking terrible, and it made the game annoying as shit. Everything about that game I liked except the motion controls. So now that they're re-releasing it, yes, I'm going to replay it, and yes, I'm going to play it without motion controls so I can actually enjoy what the game was supposed to be before they added in the shitty gimmick. Okay? That doesn't promote the bad behavior. What promotes the bad behavior is then going out and buying a $25 amiibo. That's the bad behavior that you should not be supporting. Okay? Murdoch has tipped me $50. Says, did you ever get into a physical fight because of a Street Fighter match? No. Not once in my life did I actually have to physically fight anyone as a result of a Street Fighter match. All right, so Gabe Horn
I have resulted
awesome.
people fight. I have resulted. I have witnessed people fight in real life as a result of a Street Fighter match. But I have never myself gotten to that point. I think that's incredibly stupid. If you're letting yourself get that worked up over a video game, I think you missed the point of the video game and you're an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really dumb that you would get yourself so worked up over a match in a video game that you're now going to physically fight someone. You're going to risk physical injury to yourself or them. You're going to risk going to jail. Like, are you an idiot? If you get into a fight over a video game, the answer is yes.
PayPal is a network of
Okay.
interconnected
All right.
banking.
Thank you, Murdoch. Biggest tip of the day. There will be a vest, but it's actually time for break. So we're going to take a quick break here. If you're watching live on stream, give me about 10 minutes to take a little break and unwind. If you're watching on demand on YouTube,
it is reported
then there will actually be another
to
part
the
coming up.
IRS.
All right, and I'll have a vest on when I come back. I'll choose. I mean, the last vest I wore recently was the camo, the platinum. I'm wearing a gray shirt. So I'm trying to think what vest would really stand out. There's 2 or 3 vests that would really stand out today. So, all right, let's take a break. I'll be back in a few minutes with part 2 of Ask the King. Thank you so far to everyone who's chilled with me, supported the stream. More coming, all right? Thanks, guys, and I'll see you all in a bit. Oh, no, you didn't, you motherfucking piece of shit cocksucker.
I am fucking Sonic.
Mark my fucking words.
Fucking fast and shit.
I'm coming for you. I'm gonna find out who the fuck you are. You motherfucker. You are fucked.
Sonic.
Let this be noticed live on the internet. You're fucked. And you are done. Oh no! Oh no! 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 Papa Vera! Oh, fucking shit! No! Not... It's Dark Dave's fault. Criticism is a great thing. And whenever people write off criticism immediately, it's stupid. It doesn't make any sense to me, you know? If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Dark Dave get a 6er courtesy of America, USA, smiley face. Happy Memorial Weekend to you all, folded hands.
part 1. We're now going to be finishing up the forum questions and heading into Twitter questions on this part, okay? So, welcome back.
Ziggy Piggy's
everyone to
back.
Ask the King, episode 86 for May 27th, 2021. Thank you so much, everyone who's chilling with me so far today. See you later, Habib Gaming. He's taking off.
YouTube
All
mode
right, are we ready
on.
for the next part? I hope so. All right, so first of all, what I would like to do is take a segment here to say thank you to my patrons, because this particular month, with the fact that Twitch basically ridiculously mistreated me in the way that they did and kicked me out of the partnership with no justification whatsoever, I needed help. And people stepped up and said, we're going to pledge to Phil's Patreon for the first time in many years.
illegally restreaming you.
Just to help him out in this time of need. And I appreciate everyone that did. So what I want to do is give a shout out. And there's a lot of people who pledged who normally wouldn't have. And I want to give them some credit and say thank you very much for that. So thank you to the following people who were patrons in this last month. Okay? Kevin Stiles.
If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it.
Thanks, Derek. I appreciate that.
Give her a kill, and that's it, because you're just going to waste our time again.
There's a sick
That was my intention.
motherfucker
My
on the
intention
internet
was,
called
hey,
Super Hound.
maybe whatever the
Rough,
fuck this
but
idiot's
I
name
built a
is.
community over there, and I wanted to stay there. But the moment that they suspended my account for something I did not do was the moment I said, I got to get out of here. It's one thing if it was a false DMCA claim. They were trying to say
Someone
that I
please
said
shut up
the
this
N-word.
dude who's being a
And
moron.
I never said the N-word. And that was the end of that
Stop
for me.
this.
You're going to tell me I'm doing something I did not do and punish me for it. I don't even care that in an hour they took a look at it and realized I didn't do it. I don't even care about that. Okay, I really don't. What I care about is that they did the wrong thing to begin with. Someone there, whether it was an automated system, whether it was an actual someone reviewing it out of context and being stupid, whoever it was that suspended Darkside Phil on Twitch, that was the end of it for me. Like, I don't want to be at a place where I can be actually concretely punished for something I did not do. I'm just not going to do it. You know, the DMCA shit last year was annoying because, yes, it's false and it takes a little bit to clear up. In that case, you can kind of at least defend Twitch and say, well, if you take a look at the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, it's very strict, and if Twitch didn't uphold every claim, they could be sued by someone who's actually legitimately claiming something, and that's why they do it. I completely disagree with that. I think that what they're doing in case of DMCA is completely illegal. By you actually taking down content before reviewing it to make sure there was a violation, you are actually violating DMCA law. You're doing something illegal in the name of a law before you verified the law was broken. Therefore, you're breaking the law. Right? That's like saying, well, I was walking down the street and I tackled the guy and punched him out. When the cops came, I said, oh, well, I did it because that guy robbed the bank. I had no evidence that he robbed the bank, but, you know, I thought he robbed the bank, so I tackled him, I punched him out. Citizen's arrest, right? You can't do that. You need legal evidence or else you're breaking the law. You can't fucking do that. So, to me, to be told you're being punished for something you didn't do is bullshit. With the MCA, I completely disagree with the way they enforce it, but at least you could say, well, there's a reason why they do it. They don't want to get sued. In the case of taking down my channel, saying I said the N-word when I never did, there's literally no defense. There's nothing they can say that justifies the actions they did. They just did the wrong thing outright. And then an hour later said, oh, we messed up, we're going to fix it. No. No. Sorry. The moment that you do that to me and you say that I did something wrong that I didn't do, everyone watching the stream knew I didn't do it, right? That's the end of it for me. I'm not going to continue to do business on a place where you're going to punish me for things I didn't do. And then, at the same time that's happening, they came out and emailed me and told me the reason that you lost your partnership was because of hate speech or hateful speech. Hateful slurs, I think, actually was the actual proper wording they said. Hateful slurs. I don't use hateful slurs. I never have. I never will. Every once in a while over the 13 years that I've made content, out of the how many thousands and thousands of videos and ridiculous amount of hours of content I put out, probably on two hands, you can count the amount of times that you can say I said something hateful in a slur fashion, right? I'm not a racist. I'm not a bigot. I've been one of the most open-minded guys when it comes to this stuff. And for them to tell me that is absolutely unacceptable. You telling me you actually launched a real investigation into my content. You reviewed hours and hours of content. Okay? Hours and hours of content. And you're telling me that there's enough evidence that I have done overall hateful conduct on Twitch that you would kick me out of your partnership program. But there's no actual evidence. You won't present any. There's no justification. There's nothing to prove what you're saying. You're just saying it happened and therefore I'm out of the partner program, right? That's enough. I'm done. You know, I did my best. I did my absolute best to stay on Twitch. I will not be at a place that's going to abuse me, that's going to treat me like shit. It's going to be completely unprofessional with how they go about enforcing these things. It's one thing if they said, here's the evidence of what you've done wrong. You're now suspended from the partner program for 30 days because you did the wrong thing. Don't do it again. Learn from this. Not, you're just out of the partner program. There's no evidence or anything. You'll have to ask us for 3 weeks to get us to even respond to your request. Oh, well, goodbye. No. Fuck you. And I mean that sincerely. From me, Phil Burnell, as a content creator, as a business owner, and as a human being, dear Twitch bigwigs who treat people like shit, fuck you. You don't get the ability to mistreat people like that. That's not something that you should be able to do. You're scum. You don't treat people like scum. Someone who's making a living on your site and you treat them like scum. No, you are a scumbag. And far worse than anything I could have ever done that you're accusing me of but have no evidence of. You are far worse than that by doing what you did and treating me like that and treating anyone like that. We're going to kick Dr. Disrespect off of Twitch with no actual evidence of anything or justification. Now, it's funny because when that happened, right? When that actually happened, people were very skeptical. They were like, nah, there's no way we could believe that Dr. Disrespect, one of the biggest content creators on Twitch, could be just kicked out of the business and not given any justification. I believe it now 100%. Because it happened to me. It happened to me. It took them 3 weeks to even tell me what I did wrong, no evidence of what I did wrong, and won't respond to my requests. So, yeah, to hell with them. There's absolutely, positively, no reason for me to ever go back to Twitch after being mistreated like that. Maybe if there's a shift in management and over there they say, oh, we're completely gutting the place because we realize the people who are in charge don't know what they're doing. They're completely unprofessional with the way they've been handling this stuff. We need them out of here, and we're going to come back and we're going to redo everything properly. We're going to get new people in place to actually care about the content creators that are here. People who make a living don't just get kicked off the site for no reason. You know, that would be nice. Then maybe I would consider going back. There is not a single reason for me to try to go back to Twitch at this point. There's none. I've done nothing wrong. They've produced no evidence that I did anything wrong. I'm not going to go stream on a site that treats me like shit, That's a personal insult to me, the way that they treated me. And I absolutely positively refuse to go back and be treated like garbage. What is this? That's Stockholm Syndrome. I'm going to go back to the place where I know that I'm going to be mistreated and just keep getting mistreated, right? And I want to publicly apologize to all of you here because I know that some of you are people who were viewers on Twitch. And I also want to publicly apologize to those who were my viewers on Twitch who are not going to come over to YouTube. I know YouTube is different. YouTube chat system is terrible. There's certain reasons why some people would not gravitate over to YouTube. And I know that, and I'm sorry for that. Because I didn't want this to happen. I wanted to stay at a place where we could have this fun community and that we built there for 5 years. But sadly, I hate to say it, they don't care. They just want to do things how they want to do it. Apparently, they don't feel... They're better than you, that they don't have to justify anything they do. I'm better than you, man. No, I'm not going to fucking do that. I'm not going to play that game and be abused by these people. They literally need to apologize to me for the way they treated me for me to go back there and stream on there. And they're not going to. You know they're not going to. They don't care. They're soulless. They've become a soulless corporation. Just like Machinima did, you know, over the years. Machinima started out one way, completely changed into another company over the years to the point where I didn't want to do business with them anymore. And now they don't exist anymore. So if they keep down the road that they're going, they may not go out of business because they're backed by Amazon. So I don't feel like Twitch is going to go out of business. But what's going to end up happening is it's going to become a place where only a certain kind of person wants to put out content, and it ain't going to be someone like me. Not someone who's taking it seriously, who wants to be professional, who cares about their community. Those people are not going to stick around on Twitch. Not when the front page of Twitch promoted is a bunch of half-naked women in fucking pools, splashing water on their bodies and taking in donations. That's not going to fly for people who actually want to do something professional and real and meaningful, okay? There's plenty of other places on the internet you could get softcore porn from. You don't need to go to Twitch for it. And the fact that they're kicking legitimate content creators off the site who did nothing wrong, but they're promoting that, that should be a sign that they're going down the wrong way, and I want nothing to do with it, all right? So I apologize to all of you who wanted to have that community continue on Twitch. There's a reason why I'm gone. It's a very good reason, and I ain't going back. Because some people were asking, oh, Phil, you said you were going to give them a week. Did they respond? They never responded. They're not going to respond. They're not. They know they don't have to, and they know that there's no skin off their back. Who cares, right? So if they don't care about me, I don't care about them. Those people who made the decision to mistreat me can go fuck themselves. They're fucked up people. They did far worse to me than I've ever did anything on Twitch, that's for sure. And I'm done with that. Let them have their fucking porn site, and I can be over here putting out content for you guys that I care about and you guys care about. Okay? Okay. Okay. Now, let's continue. So, our next question is from Kill Bill 2016, and he says the following. Recently, a Days Gone actor suggested some reviewers did not finish or rushed through the game, creating misleading reviews. Do you think that reviewers should be obligated to track their time and state in their review readers can judge how accurate their opinion may actually be? Do you think that you always have to finish a story to be able to truly review a game? Just a side note, I love that you are on YouTube now. I can finally watch you live on my TV instead of on my iPad. Well, Kill Bill, I have been one of the people over the years who has been incredibly critical of these mainstream reviewers and the way that they go about their business. I have always argued that there needs to be accountability. By the way, shout out to In Dead, who just became a channel member. I will have to check, because I know we got a bunch of channel members this stream. By the end of this stream, I'll have to check and update the total members. I wish that it was easy to do like it is on Twitch. It's not. I have to go to a menu. I have to do math. It's really stupid the way they do it over here on YouTube, okay? I have been a person who has been very critical of reviewers over the years and said that these mainstream reviewers, there's the dancing animation, the mainstream reviewers are not held accountable, and that's not good. They should be held accountable for what they say and do in their reviews. They should be absolutely be saying, I played this much, this is the content I did in my playthrough, it took me this long to beat the game, I'm this kind of a person, yada, yada, yada. How do you know? You're just reading a random review with someone's name on it. Does that person usually play that kind of game? Have they played previous games in the franchise to have a background if this game is better or worse than previous games in said franchise? Did they just play another first-person shooter that they can directly compare this one to? You know, how long did they play the game? I played the multiplayer for 2 hours, 5 hours, or 50 hours. Those are going to be 3 completely different perspectives on a game. You see? None of that is done in most mainstream game reviews. Maybe there are a few out there. I don't want to say no, none. That's kind of overgeneralizing. In general, okay, mostly these game review sites don't do that. They are completely irresponsible, and they act like just because they're journalists with an opinion, that their opinion is protected no matter what, so they can say and do whatever they want about a game, and they're fine. That is completely and utterly bullshit. That is called you don't take your job seriously, you're not a professional, and you don't deserve a paycheck for it. Because if you're just going to say anything you want about a game without any justification, you did not do the service of putting out a real review. That's not a review. A review has certain criteria associated with it to give it merit. There's a difference between a stupid off-the-cuff opinion and a review. But for some reason, gaming media don't understand the difference between a opinion and a review. They think they're the same. They're not. They're completely different. A review is supposed to have all these other factors involved so that you know that someone was being professional when they actually gave that said review. Okay? So, for example, in the case of Days Gone, this is a very unique case, I feel. And let me explain why. In the case of Days Gone, this is a game that if you only play it for the first 5 to 10 hours, you haven't even gotten into the real game. The intro segment of Days Gone, which is arguably about 10 hours long, you're learning gameplay mechanics that are repetitive and boring. You're learning the basic combat. You're learning about how to take out the zombie camps that are set around the map. And you're doing some basic interactions with people, fetch quests, etc. That's the first 10 hours, all right? After you get past that segment and you leave the early areas of the game and you go to the new settlements, you're going to open up branching story arcs. You're going to open up meaningful side content, character development that wasn't present in the first 10 hours, and tons of new gameplay elements that also was not present in the intro segment. So if you play past the first 10 hours, the game actually completely changes. And my opinion on the game changed too. When I was first playing it, my first 2-3 streams, I was like, man, I don't even know if I'm going to finish this. This is boring. And then once I got to that segment, I was like, whoa, I was hooked. I was riveted. I was like, wow, I definitely want to beat this game. The story picked up in a big way. Now you're fighting giant mobs of zombies and using these cool traps and things to defeat them. Okay? And so, to me, I can definitely see, as someone who did not like the first 10 hours, but then was blown away by the rest of the game, why someone who is a reviewer and only played the intro to the game doesn't even know that the game is good. Alright? Now, what's funny about this is there seems to be this inclusive community of game reviewers, developers, and journalists who all know each other. They're all buddy-buddy. And they all try to defend each other constantly. I've seen it. On Twitter, I've seen game journalists actually post up a tweet that says something like, you got to realize that we're within time constraints and we can't always rush through a game and beat it in a certain amount of time. So we're just doing our best, man. We're doing our best, man. Okay. So let me get this straight. You work for IGN. You're given a game to review. You're expected to do a professional, dignified review of that game that thousands of people, maybe even arguably hundreds of thousands of people around the globe will read and judge whether or not they're going to purchase that game based on your review. Oh, well, I didn't have enough time, man, so I just kind of rushed through it and then I reviewed it. No. If that's the case, don't put out your review in a rush. Because the truth is, if people took their time to play these games and actually did these respectful reviews and just justifiable reviews, they would actually post up everything that they're doing. Today's the first day I'm playing the game. I'm playing it for 5 to 6 hours. Here's my initial impressions. I will take this as a running log of things that I'm doing in the game, and by the time that I'm done with this game in a week, then I'll post up my review. The problem is, these companies are so desperate for your day one attention, for the ad revenue they get on their websites, for the day one video reviews that they put out, that they need to rush through and put out completely half-finished reviews in order to make money. That is a terrible business model, okay? Back in the day, these companies used to get games ahead of time by 1 to 2 months. They would play the games, review them. The review would be out weeks before the game even came out because it was a print medium. There was no online websites. It was EGM, GamePro, Game Informer had to make a print medium, a magazine. Had to come out early so that people would have a game review and know if a game was good or not. Those people played the games in a rushed setting, all right? Admittedly, sometimes those reviews weren't the best, all right? But that's why we had that practice. That's why, okay? Today, we don't need that practice anymore. Today, no one needs to get a game early, whether it's a mainstream site like IGN, GameSpot, Game Informer, or an independent game reviewer, someone who's just a content creator. No one needs to get a game early. Here's what really should be happening. The game releases, everyone buys the fucking game. Not everyone gets it for free because you're some special selected golden content creator or reviewer, and so you get treated buddy-buddy. And so, oh, because I got the game free, now I'm probably going to review it positively because I want to have a good relationship with that company moving forward. It's completely illegitimate. There's no way that you can have this trust system with journalists that because they're getting shit for free and they're having this ongoing positive relationship with a game publishing company that they're going to legitimately review things fairly. There's no way that can happen. When you have the possibility of having further benefit by reviewing things in one way, you will tend to review things that way. Even if you don't know it or intend it, it's still going to happen, okay? Now, in the case, by the way, shout out to Babu, who did a super chat. Thank you, Babu. In the case of Days Gone, I don't know what the situation was, but the funny part was, it seemed like no one was kissing this game's butt. It was the opposite situation. Everyone was criticizing the game for the first 10 hours, and very few reviewers were actually talking about any of the stuff that happened after the first 10 hours. I know. I read some of these reviews, and I was like, how did it's like they didn't even pay attention to the game after the first 10 hours. But I would go as far to say I would probably think most of them didn't play past 10 hours. They played the 10 hours, they thought that's representative of the whole game, and they put out a game review that wasn't actually representative of the real game because they didn't bother putting the time into it. Days Gone is actually a very long game. Remember my playthrough was like 40 hours or something like that? So if you've only played the intro segment, you've only played 25% of the game. You're receiving a paycheck to put out a review on only 25% of the game, but you're not being transparent in your review to say you've only played 25% of the game. So some person who doesn't know that goes to IGN, goes to GameSpot, goes to Game Informer, goes to wherever. Oh, it's a 6 out of 10. I guess that's a skip for me, man. And that's not fair. That's definitely not fair. It's not. It's ridiculous. Yes, I 100% agree with you, Kill Bill. Game journalists, game reviewers, if this is your job, you're getting paid for it, you need to be held by a professional criteria by which everyone is graded to prove that you actually did the work. Because I don't believe it. I don't. When I see some of these game reviews and shit, I don't believe it. I find it very hard to believe that these people who don't seem to know about things that happen later on in the game don't talk about that shit in their review. I just don't get it. I think that these people are literally getting the game early by a week, rushing through as much as they can play, and then putting out a half-finished review so that at least they have something to put out in time for release embargo, or wherever the embargo was lifted, they can put out the review so they can get the day one views, the day one ad revenue, and then their job is done. They don't care if the game sells or not. They don't realize that there are direct repercussions for them being irresponsible with what they're doing. Okay? Now, I'm not saying it's everyone. I don't want anyone to get the wrong impression. It's not every single reviewer. It's not every single major site. But I have definitely seen shit like this over the years that I'm like, how on earth can you say that this is a legit review? I just don't understand it. Okay? And it's disgusting in a way because this industry of gaming is the biggest entertainment industry in the world. It's bigger than movies. It's bigger than television. It's bigger than music. It's bigger than all that combined. But it's not treated like that. It's actually treated like it's something brand new. A brand new medium out of nowhere has appeared that now we don't have to be professional about it. Why not? If everything else has to be professional, why doesn't gaming have to be professional? Why do we have people who's your job to put out a review and you do a half-assed review, but that's an opinion. Defend it. No. Bullshit. It's bullshit. I'm so tired of it. And I also hate this bandwagon mentality that it just seems collectively, all of a sudden, the media community, the gaming media, gaming journalist community decides what games are good and what games aren't with no justification. The Last of Us 2, again, not going to go into a big rant about this. I have actual, factual reasons. I'm not opinions, but factual reasons why The Last of Us 2 is not a great game. Actual narrative faux pas that they used in the way the game panned out. I'm not saying the graphics or the gameplay, the accessibility. I'm saying the story itself is monstrously flawed. If a writing teacher or a professional high-level writer who writes for a living were to grade the story of Last of Us 2, they would give it a fucking D-. The game is poorly written. Incredibly poorly written. That's really the only major problem I have with the game, too. Like, I like the game overall, except the story is badly done. So, why do no game reviewers call that out? It's a fact. It's not an opinion. If you actually have someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about, watch that game or play that game, they will tell you that story is shit. They will say, no, you don't have the story start here, jump back here, then go here, then go here, then go here. It's disjointed. It's jarring. It's annoying to the player that you do that. You don't have characters completely act out of character from how they were in the previous installment. Then what was the investment of even playing the first game? You might as well only play Last of Us 2 and never played the first game, because if you did, you're going to get pissed off with how these characters behave in the sequel because they're not the same characters. Anyone could factually point this out. Not one single mainstream game reviewer pointed that shit out. A lot of independent guys did. There were independent content creators who pointed the flaws out with the narrative of the game, but not the main guys. Why not? I want to know. I want to know why there was this collective agreement that The Last of Us 2 instantly was the best game ever made. What was this collusion? Because that's exactly what I feel it was. It was collusion among games journalists that they wanted this game that was ultra progressive, right? The game that pushed certain agendas to become the quintessential face of gaming. And that's bullshit. Because the game by its own merits is a great game, but it's not the best game ever made. It has essential flaws in the narrative that should have been pointed out that were completely ignored. And I want to know why that is. If we had a grading system like Kill Bill is suggesting here, an actual grading system for how journalists have to put out their reviews, we would have an answer. But instead, it's ignore it. Ignore the flaws, the game's 10 out of 10. What are you talking about? You can't do that. That's irresponsible. And that's the system we have. Well, it's just our opinion. Best game ever, 10 out of 10. Okay. Okay, whatever you say. Anyway, that's my take on the situation. You guys know always how I felt about games journalism. So, all right. We got about 30 minutes left before we take another break. I got a couple quick shout-outs to do here. Ansheng Forever tipped me $1.30. Says, I enjoy your Ask the King streams. Thank you, Ansheng Forever. I enjoy doing them. Thank you for the support. Snow Carl tipped me $1.30. Says, why should the gaming industry act different towards any other industry in terms of product reviews, early access, movies, clothing, coffee brewers, cars, send out free samples to reviewers because the public want X to review before buying. So what you're saying is because everyone else does something wrong that it's okay for games to do it wrong too. No. We should hold everyone to a standard. We should hold everyone to a respectable, professional, and moral standard. Okay? By the way, I hate to say this, when you're talking about what you're talking about, all right, well, for example, let's say you see a celebrity on TV and a celebrity is pushing a brand of coffee. Okay, it will actually say in the bottom of the screen and tiny ant-like text, it'll actually say, this is a paid promotion, this is not representative of the actual opinion of said celebrity. It says right on that ad, that celebrity was paid to promote the product. That's not, oh, we gave the celebrity the coffee and they legitimately tested it and said it's the best coffee ever, that's why they're saying that in this commercial. No, it's they were directly paid to say that. When you go to IGN, do you see that text at the bottom of the review? That's the difference. The difference is we have an industry in the games industry, games journalism, where we have an entire group of people who are supposed to be respectable, and they're not. They're being dishonest. They're not doing due diligence in their reviews. They're not even revealing the methods they're using to play these games and review them. They're just pumping out a number score. And it becomes this groupthink mentality to believe that's the game. And don't believe anything else. That's the number score, man. And games are selling or not selling based on this thing. And there's nothing there to say that it's a paid advertisement, you know? If someone's putting out a stream of a game early, okay, let's say, I don't know, PewDiePie gets a copy of Biomutant. I'm just completely making this up. He gets a copy of Biomutant a week early, and he's playing it on his stream, and he puts in the description of his stream, FYI, this is a free copy, it's a paid promotion. And he's kissing the game's butt in his stream. That's the fault of the viewer for not doing their due diligence to realize that was a paid promotion advertising the game, and that's why he's being so positive about it. Okay? If you go to IGN or you go to Game Informer or you go to GameSpot and you read a game review, and the review says 6 out of 10, but it doesn't disclose that they never played past the first 10 hours of the 40-hour game, that's fucked up. That's them lying to you, being dishonest to you. And that's the difference between what you're saying, Snow Carl, and what I'm saying. All right? It's a different situation. Yes, in other industries, absolutely, there is paid promotion, but these websites, these gaming journalist websites should not be paid promotion. They're being interpreted as actual reviews when a lot of the times in a case like a game like Days Gone, some of them were not. Some of them were complete bullshit. That's the point I'm making. Okay? Okay. So an anonymous $1.30 tipper says, first of all, didn't I just use game reviews to judge if I was going to skip Biomutant? Yes, because the consensus was every single person playing the game had the same exact criticisms of the game. It wasn't, oh, one game site said this, one game site said that. The majority, and not only just the main ones, but even independent guys, had general criticisms of the game that were all common. And if that's the case, that's the difference that you know that it's probably resoundingly true overall. In the case of The Last of Us 2, there were a lot of people who were independent who said this story sucks, and they were all ignored and called bigots and brushed under the rug. In the case of Biomutant, everyone kind of agrees the game's boring as dirt after about 3 hours. That's the difference. Very different situation. It's not apples to apples comparison. Now, this anonymous tipper also says the majority of people 10 hours is too much to slog through to get to a good part of a game. That's true. That's absolutely true. I'm not saying to ignore that. Absolutely, a game reviewer who reviewed Days Gone 6 out of 10, if their review says, oh, this game is 6 out of 10 because the first 10 hours are terrible, and after that it gets really good, but you don't want to waste 10 hours of time, that's fine. My point is they didn't say that. My point is I directly read reviews that said the whole game was like that, and they were wrong. They lie, because they didn't play it. There's a big difference. Again, it's not an apples-to-apples comparison, but nice try. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to Twitter questions. So let us progress, shall we? A lot of Twitter questions today. HDMI Best is our first Twitter submitter. He says, why are you so emphatic about not doing a cooking show? Oh, boy. All right. I can seriously give you, like, the easy answer, and then I can give you the complex answer. All right, here's the easy answer. I'm not a cook. Phil Burnell, DSP Gaming, whatever you want to call me, asshole. I'm not a cook. Why would I do a cooking show if I'm not a cook, right? Now, I can give you the more advanced answer, which I'm sure is what you're really going for, all right? The reason that people have been asking questions like this,
thanks to Jubbity Bubbity for joining the hate army
many years ago. I'm talking roughly 10 years ago, if not even longer. I don't know, because I didn't go back to my old vlogging channels to actually see the dates and times of when I was doing this stuff. But many, many years ago, I was looking to diversify my content on YouTube for good reason. In the years of 2008 through early 2011, I was not doing YouTube for my job. Okay, it was a hobby. I had a full-time job in an office, and then I would come home, and for 2-3 hours a night, I would play games, record them, and then upload them to YouTube. It became very popular. People liked what I was doing, but I wasn't making any money doing it at all. Back then, you could not monetize gameplay videos at all. It was not possible on YouTube. They would actually reject it. If you tried to put ads on a gameplay video, it would be rejected. They felt that it was copywritten content, and there was no rights to do that at that point. This was before people realized Let's Plays could be monetized, transformative work, yada, 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 okay? But I had enough of a following
that people wanted to see me do it as much as I could possibly do it around my job. And I said, well, if that's the case, I need to kind of try to make money another way to pay for all these games that I'm buying. Because some weeks I was buying 2, 3, 4 games. You know, there's hundreds of dollars. I need a way to pay for it, right? So I opened up a vlogging channel. It was called The King of Hate HD. And this channel was meant for everything not gaming. So it was me doing vlogs of my home. It was me going on like a trip, a Street Fighter tournament, and vlogging around the Street Fighter tournament and putting that content up. It was me making jokes, doing like little skit videos, game reviews I started doing. And I don't remember 100% if I started putting them on the King of Hate HD or if that was on my other YouTube channels. But essentially the purpose of that channel was to put out a variety of videos and diversify my content. So if I wanted to monetize my content, I could. I could put ads on those videos because those videos had nothing to do with gaming at all, you see? So, in my search to create a variety of content for YouTube, I started a series called Poorly Cooking with the King. It wasn't called Cooking with the King. It wasn't an actual real cooking show. It was called Poorly Cooking with the King. It was meant to be a joke of cooking shows, because I knew there were people on YouTube who were doing cooking shows, and I also knew there was a whole channel, Food Network. The whole fucking channel is people showing you recipes and how to cook stuff live, right? So what I wanted to do was kind of a parody spin-off of that, all right? And so the show was meant to be funny rather than instructional. I said ridiculously stupid things in the show, like, what was it? I don't have time to do something that was like a basic thing of cooking because I'm a gamer. I can't even remember what it was. Like, I don't have time to butter my bread or something stupid. You know, it was something ridiculous. It was meant to be done like that. Poorly Cooking with the King was the name of the show. All right? You would, if you had never seen the show, you would tune into it thinking it was supposed to be real. And then when you actually watched the show, you would laugh your ass off because I was so bad at what I was doing on purpose. Like, I knew I wasn't a cook, you know? I knew that what I was doing was... Excuse me. Stupid allergies. I knew that what I was doing was not serious, okay? I cooked things that any Joe Schmo could make. A grilled cheese sandwich. A bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. I think one time I tried to make tuna salad, and I failed miserably. I made it disgusting. You know, that kind of stuff. Basic stuff. Basic stuff that anyone could do, but it was kind of silly because I was like, oh, I'm a gamer, and I'm going to show you how to do this stuff quickly. And what was funny was people actually, I had such a following back then. Even though the series was obviously supposed to be a joke, it was called Poorly Cooking with the King. People told me they learned how to cook stuff from that series, and I was like, how? I wasn't good at doing that. Nothing that I did in that show. Nothing that I did at all in that show. And by the way, thank you to some people who said bless you when I sneezed. Absolutely nothing that I did in that show was valid of like being emulated to learn anything. All right? It was pretty bad. Okay? And I knew that. That's why I was acting up for the camera. I was doing silly things half the time, and this is not a lie. I was drunk half the time. Those videos, a lot of the time, were done in the middle of the night. Back then, I used to drink way too much. And I would drink at night. And then after drinking, I would be hungry. I don't want to go to bed drunk with no food in my stomach and wake up with a terrible hangover. So right before I would go to sleep, I would go into the kitchen and cook something. Like an incredibly bad bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. Do you see? Matty Ice did a $5 super chat. Says, he says, you remember when you poured bacon grease down your toilet? Yes, I do. Hold on. I'm going to go blow my nose now because I sneezed. Now my nose is running and I'm going to cough. This sucks. I hate allergies. I fucking hate allergies, man. I hate it. God damn it. Ah! I hate it, man. Oh, man. Jeez. Okay, hold on. I'm almost ready. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, man. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Okay, I'm coming back. Oh, okay. So, the thing is, some people, I guess, didn't get it. They didn't get the joke. Because even though I called it Poorly Cooking with the King, my character back then, the attitude that I basically had in my content was that, like, my shit didn't stink. You know what I'm saying? My content's the best. My shit doesn't stink. How dare you criticize if I made something in Poorly Cooking with the King and say that it was bad? No, I was good, right? That's how I was back then. That was kind of like a cocky attitude. That was what I was trying to push on the internet. That was part of the whole thing. And some people took that as me, like, taking it seriously or whatever. It never was. It was never meant to be a serious show. By the way, that show ran, like, what, 10 episodes? If that? I don't even remember how many episodes I did. But very quickly, by doing this show over the course of, like, a month or two, okay, I actually realized that I had nothing else to do. Like, I didn't know how to cook anything. I didn't know how to cook anything elaborate. I didn't have any real recipes to share with you guys. There's one recipe I have, my homemade Italian sauce and homemade meatballs I can make. That's about it. That's the only thing I'm good at cooking. Outside of that, I'm terrible at cooking. So I didn't have anything to do for the series. And within, however many episodes that it was, I'm sure you guys would probably know better than me because it's been so long ago. I haven't watched it since then, except for our retrospective events that we do every once in a while, right? After doing the show, I stopped doing it completely. I just dropped it, and I focused on other things. And over the years, every once in a while, people ask, well, what happened to the show? Why didn't you continue it? Why didn't you bring it back? And my answer was, because I'm not a good cook. It was a joke. It was meant to be a show to have a variety of content on a vlogging channel so I could monetize said content and make money on YouTube to pay for the games on the gaming channel. Now, in early 2011, when my gameplay channel got partnered with Machinima and I was able to monetize, I didn't want to do that shit anymore. Now, I enjoy doing Ask the King. It's a Q&A show where I answer your questions. That's a good show to continue. I enjoyed doing things like DSP Tries It, because every once in a while it would allow me to try a new item, and essentially back then, I would pay like $15 for a meal, $15 for the ton of shit I would buy for the DSP Tries It, and I would make like hundreds of dollars on the video. Why would I stop doing that, right? That'd be stupid. But Cooking with the King made no sense. So I stopped doing it entirely, and I focused on gameplay and the vlogs that I wanted to continue, okay? So it baffles me to this day that there are people who ask me to do Cooking with the King. It's like, what are you talking about? It was never a serious show to begin with. It lasted, what, a few months? Until it was canceled over 10 years ago. Why in the hell would you be asking me to bring back Cooking with the King? Now, in 2018, my wife moved in with me. She wasn't my wife at the time, all right? But she moved in with me, and when she moved in with me, there was an idea, okay? And by the way, this was long before the trolling that happened to her when she was on my streams a few times, and then she decided she never wanted to be on a stream ever again. This was before that, months before that, okay? So, there was an idea that we had here on the streams that if we hit a subscriber goal over on Twitch for that month, I would do a demo show with Kat where we would try to bring back Cooking with the King. But it wouldn't be a joke show like the original show was. It would basically be a reimagining of the show where now the two of us together would actually try to legitimately cook recipes. And I'm sure some of them would turn out good and some of them would be terrible. But Kat knows how to cook. I don't. So essentially, I would be filming, she would be cooking, I'd be helping her, and together we'd do these recipes. We'd test the food together to see if it was any good, and it would be a new series, okay? Guess what happened? We didn't hit the sub goal. People literally said, this is nothing for us to subscribe about. We don't care about this. This is not interesting to us in any way, shape, or form. So people didn't sub that month. It wasn't an interesting goal. I said, okay, message received. You guys don't want this content. I get it. I'll just stick to my streaming stuff, if that's what you care about. Okay? So, I never did it. I never went back to it. Now, over the years, people ask for it again. You want to know why they ask for it? I'll tell you exactly why. Because later that year in 2018, my wife, decided to show up in a few videos of mine. There were 1 or 2 like Q&A videos we did together where we both answered questions to a live audience. Later on that year, there was a Halloween marathon where she dressed up in a costume along with me. We were dressed up in costume and playing horror games, okay? During those few streams, and then culminating in that Halloween marathon, people were so nasty to my wife. Just her glancing at the comments that were going through the stream at the time, she got incredibly upset. It really hurt her deeply to see people say disgusting things about her and insulting things about her. In her mind, she's like, I'm going out of my way, my normal life, to be a part of this content, to be a part of this community that Phil has grown on the internet for so many years. And I'm going out of my way. She had spent money. That was not a cheap costume she was wearing. That was an actual, like, expensive costume that she got to be a part of the Halloween event. And she's trying to just enjoy the game, and she keeps looking at the stream, and it's insult, insult, insult. And by the way, they're all sexist, of course. All sexist, disgusting things people are saying about her. Okay? The moderators did their best, but so many assholes flooded in. You want to know why? Because the idiots who illegally restreamed me were restreaming me. They were saying these nasty things on their streams, and then those viewers were carrying over to my real stream and regurgitating that toxic filth on my stream. It really hurt my wife. She basically told me, remember, we went on break, and she told me, basically in tears, she never wanted to be on my stream ever again. She's like, I can't believe it. Like, I went out of my way to do nice things to help you in your content, and these people are so ungrateful. They're disgusting. Look what they're doing. And I told her, I said, it's always your choice if you want to subject yourself to that shit or not. I know how toxic the internet is. And if you don't want to be doing that, you don't have to. She's got her own life, stresses going on behind the scenes. She doesn't need to have extra stresses from a bunch of immature shitheads on the internet. All right? So these people hurt her so much with the way that they acted. She, since that day in 2018, has not been on a stream of mine ever again. Yeah, it's been, what, 8, 9, 10, through 2.5 years? And she has absolutely no desire to ever come back. Now, the funny part about all this is, those same people who were toxic, including the restreamers. Oh, I don't know why Cat will never come on a stream again. I don't know why Cat would never be a part of Phil's content again. It must be because Phil's lying and they broke up and she doesn't really live with him. And this, you know, every little insane conspiracy theory to basically try to spin it to be something that it's not, that they were toxic, disgusting people. They concretely hurt my wife with their actions, and they're responsible for the fact that she'll never be on my streams ever again. It's not them. It's got to be something I did. That's it. They literally project their terrible behavior onto me. The evidence is there. People have those streams. They're documented, the things that people said and did on that stream. It was absolutely fucking disgusting. It was some of the worst example of human behavior you'll ever see. The things they said and did to my wife on that stream. Okay? It happened. You can't justify that and say that that's because Phil, what are you talking about? I have a very great relationship with my wife. We've lived together now for 3 years. We absolutely love the life we have together. We're very positive and happy of the future and the home life that we have. And we're happy that we don't intertwine that with the streams anymore. Because, like I said, we have our own shit going on. My wife does not need to have people be like that to her. She doesn't deserve it. She has nothing to do whatsoever with the toxic shit these idiots do on the internet. Why should she wrap herself up in that? Okay? So, speaking about all of this, the reason I'm talking about this, over the years now, since that happened, and since Kat has now said, I never want to be a part of Phil's content ever again because it's just going to be the same. It's not going to change. You know, the moment she steps foot into this office and I'm broadcasting, there'll be disgusting things said. We know that. We're not stupid. So she says, I just don't want, unless it changes, which it probably never will, I never want to be a part of that content ever again. Ever since that happened, I wish Phil would do Cooking with the King with his wife, man. I just wish they would do Cooking with the King together. Is that too much to ask? To ask for variety content, Phil and his wife cooking together? Yes, it is too much to ask. Because those shitheads are not going away, and they're not going to not be toxic to her. It's that simple. She's never going to do it. Because she wanted to do it at first, until those people acted like that, and now she will never do it again. So, if you want to look for a reason why there will never be Cooking with the King, The answer is because of what happened with my wife on those few streams. That's the answer. There will never be Cooking with the King ever again. Blame the restreamers who promote that toxic behavior, and blame the people who left those restreamer streams and came over to mine and did that to my wife. That's the reason you will never see me doing a cooking show with my wife ever. Period. That's the answer. There you go. Okay. Cats Like Carl took me $1.30. Says big ups on a review copy opinions. People who would buy a game day one shouldn't be affected by IGN's early copy review. With patches and DLC, a game can be dramatically changed months later. Completely correct. What really gets me are these games that have major online components, yet people read an early review like it knows anything, right? There's no way that a game reviewer who played the game 1 or 2 weeks early got the actual online experience of what that game's going to be like for you when you buy it on launch day. So the whole review's invalid. Albert Aponte tipped me $1.30 and says, do you see any hope for BioWare Studios after remaking the Mass Effect franchise? Maybe. I would like them to make a new Mass Effect game. They are. I just hope it's good. And there's no guarantee that it's going to be good. Okay? What the? Admiral Peaceful Protest, thanks for the $1 tip. There's no way I'm reading that out. Okay, then. Atlas to me $5. He says, charge partitioning has me interested. Is that the same technique you used to do Chun-Li's walk-up super and how you store Honda's command grab? No, actually. That's different. Those things are actually move storage, and it's a glitch in Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo that wasn't supposed to be in the game. That's why it only works with those moves and not others. For example, Blanca has a super that's the same motion as Honda's and the same motion as Chun-Li's, but if you do the same thing with Blanca, it doesn't work. The trick doesn't work. No, charge partitioning is a different technique that's actually more difficult, where you're holding one direction. You're not really releasing that direction because you're usually going a different, like for example, you're going from down back to down forward. You've never released down, you see? So because you're doing that, you're still holding down. Now what you can do is you can do a move that normally you shouldn't be able to do, like you could do from a crouch standing jab, and then after the jab hits, then you could do a flash kick. Doesn't make sense because the move's supposed to be down up. If you're down, releasing down, pressing jab, and then up and kick, it shouldn't work, but it does. It's called charge partitioning. You're breaking up the input of the charge move by doing another move in between, and it leads to extended combos in Super Turbo and other games. But I'm not going to go into massive detail about it. It's way too complicated to try to explain on a stream like this. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're about... I can't see. Hold on. I can't see how long this part has been. I have to go look. I think we're at 50 minutes. We are. Okay. So we got time for 1 to 2 more questions before we take the final break, and then we do the final segment of the show after a break, okay? So let's do some questions here. Oh, Sir Ignatius actually told me $1.30. He said, I'm sorry to hear about what happened to that stream with your wife. I watched you around 2010, and then I haven't checked back until now. Wow. So I'm not caught up at all. Yeah. I mean, the things these people say and do about my family members is just beyond fucked. Like, Kat literally has never done a bad thing to anyone on the internet. Not once. There's no reason why anyone should treat her badly. Yet they did because they thought that it would get to me. And then those same people get upset that Kat's not in my content because of the way they behaved. It's like, it's your fault. Why would you get angry at me for not having my wife in my videos? You're the reason she's not in my videos and streams. Because you're a piece of shit. So, what did you expect would happen if you were bad to someone? Whoa, shit. What the fuck? That is not what I wanted to happen. Did you see that? What did you think would happen? People like bad treatment? Oh, man, I love it when people rub shit up my nose. Let me go to the store where they keep shoving turds up my nose. I love it. Let's just keep doing it. No, of course not stupid. But that's the problem. These people are fucking stupid. Let's see here. Cyclone Carl to me $2 says, well, I don't want you to bring the show back with your wife. I want it to be the old style. I just explained to you why I can't do that. I have nothing left to cook. I'm not a good cook. I don't know any recipes. I'm not going to cook. First of all, I'm not going to cook by myself at this point anyway. I live in a house with my wife. I'm not going to cook by myself. I'm just not going to have it. It's a waste of time and a waste of money. If I was going to cook, it would be with my wife. That's number one. Number two, I don't want to cook. I'm not a cook. Literally, that's the short answer. I'm not a cook. I have no desire to learn how to cook. I don't want to try recipes. It has nothing to do with me or my content at all. You're asking. That's like saying, man, I really like LeBron James. I really wish that we could see him sculpt a statue by hand. And you just keep pelting LeBron James with requests to sculpt a statue by hand. He's like, but I'm not a sculptor. What are you talking about? Why do you keep asking me to do this? I play basketball. I'm really good at it. Why do you want me to sculpt? No, you have to sculpt. What are you talking about? I'm not a cook. It was a joke. It was a joke I did 10 years ago. Okay. Now let's get back to Twitter questions. Shouty31 says, how has the move to YouTube been? Thinking face emote. Well, the move to YouTube certainly has not been super smooth. I would say there's a bunch of things that have happened that are very positive and a few things that have happened that are pretty damn negative. The positive thing is, number one, within just a week, I basically have transitioned fully. Like now I've got pop-ups working for everything. I'm basically in the groove now of how to do it. Setting up the streams and everything really isn't a big deal anymore. And I would say, in general, the stream quality has increased greatly. If you take a look at the actual visual quality of the streams that I'm putting out now, they have increased dramatically from what I used to do. 1080p 60 frames and a much higher bit rate has allowed me to put out really great quality. And the thing is, when I'm playing on PS5, you want to see that visual fidelity. The same thing I'm seeing on the TV is what you want to see on the streams, and you're getting that. Finally. Those years that I was on Twitch, I always was forced to nerf my content to not look so good. Okay? So, that's a bunch of positive things. Also, a lot of people who used to be my regulars over on Twitch have moved over. Wasn't easy. A lot of them were like, oh God, I gotta fucking make an account on YouTube and deal with all this terrible, this terrible shit. I agree with you. But many of them have come over. I'm very happy to see how many people transitioned from from Twitch to YouTube in a short period of time. I honestly was afraid that there was going to be issues where some people were going to be very resistant to doing that. But in general, most people have made the transition almost seamlessly. Hasn't been that big of a deal. Okay? I'm happy that I already had everything set up on YouTube for things such as the channel memberships, the super chatting. Like, it was already ready to go. It wasn't like, oh, now I'm starting over. I have to apply for this and do that. Everything was like, from the get-go, we could just business as usual. Forget the fact that we're not even on Twitch. Just do it over here. And it's worked out well in that regard. Okay? There's been problems. Let's be honest here. The first problem is the chat is terrible. The fucking chat is really bad on YouTube. It's a stream of comments. It's not an actual chat room. So when I turn the stream off, there's no chat. It's gone. It's not like on Twitch where there's always a chat room. I have to create the next stream ahead of time for a chat room to appear so that people can talk early before the stream goes live. Okay? Moderation is nearly impossible on here. You try to see someone who's violating the rules, you try to hide them, and then they make another account within a minute. Another fucking account comes back within a minute that's doing more toxic shit. And people will come on here, the impersonation at this point has been ridiculous. People can make identical accounts to other people on YouTube because you can have a YouTube channel that's like youtube.com/XYZ123 blah, 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 blah. And then you could change the name to be whatever you want. So you can, within 5 minutes, make another dummy account and just change the name to be someone you're impersonating, be back on my stream saying nasty stuff and pretending to be someone that you're not. It's terrible, all right? It's really bad in that regard. I'm very annoyed that YouTube has absolutely no solutions for this kind of thing. YouTube also doesn't really have proper moderation things behind the scenes. For example, if let's say I'm moderating the chat and I ban someone and then I misclick on a name and I ban someone by accident, it's like ridiculously difficult to unban the person. You have to go to a menu within a menu. You have to unban them from their own channel, but then you have to go to another menu and add them as an approved user and then remove that. It's like the most convoluted, messed up thing ever. It's really bad. And the thing is, YouTube streaming isn't new. YouTube's been having streaming since how long? I mean, I used to stream on YouTube for 2 years before I just did the 4.5 years of streaming I did on Twitch. So YouTube streaming's been around for, what, 7, 8 years?
Thanks for the money,
they
stupid
couldn't figure
fuck.
this out yet.
State
And
of
what
the
that
root
sadly
address.
tells me is they just
Get a
don't
job,
care.
Philip Lowell.
They don't want to make it better. You know what I'm saying? If they wanted to make it better, they would have. And they haven't. So, that's a little bit annoying. And let's be honest here.
I want them to improve, but you don't know if they ever will. There's a rumor that YouTube is testing certain things. For example, on YouTube, you cannot gift a membership to someone. That was a huge thing over on my Twitch channel. If people wanted to support my channel and my content, you can gift a bunch of subs out to the viewer. You can't do that here on YouTube. But the rumor is that they're working on that, and you may be able to do that later this year. Okay? The rumor is there's a closed beta right now that people have streams that are considered members-only streams. And what that means is that, excuse me, not members-only, I misspoke. Sub-only streams. What that means is you would go to my channel, DSP Gaming, subscribe to the channel, so now you're basically following the feeds of content that I put out. You'll get notified when I stream. If you've done that, now when I stream, you can chat, but if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, you can't chat. Now, this is exactly the same way that they had it over on Twitch, but it was called followers only. You had to follow the channel, which is the same as subbing here on YouTube. It was tremendous. If you set up followers only mode for like a day or two, no one could come in with a freshly made troll account and talk, so the streams were clean. But sadly,
Oh my God,
here
I
on
think I'm
YouTube, it doesn't
joking.
exist yet. They're testing it in beta, and the
I seriously-
rumor is that hopefully later
I
this
stopped joking
year,
today.
it will
Oh my
be
God.
working. Now, here's the thing.
Ugh.
If long term,
What the
all right, a lot of people
Fuck.
sub to this channel.
Ugh.
Excuse me.
Hold up.
I meant to say,
gonna
a lot
clear
of people
up, I
become
swear.
members, the paid membership to this channel. And we got hundreds and hundreds of
Jesus
members.
Christ.
And we do like a late night chill stream, and we
Ugh.
notice that there's a lot of trolling. We could
Okay,
potentially
actually
could
starting
do a
to feel
members
better
only
now.
stream where only the people who are the paid members can talk. But I don't like doing that in general because I don't want people to feel like there's a paywall to participating in my content. I think that everyone should have the right to participate. For example, there are some very frequent stream regulars who never have been able to monetarily contribute to my content. That doesn't mean that they're not appreciated, and I'm not happy to have them here and be a part of interacting with me on my stream. So I don't want to do that. A lot of people have said, Phil, it's so bad. Why don't you turn on members-only streams? That's why. I don't want to create that paywall-style situation. I'm hoping that they are going to do the sub-only stuff coming forward. Okay? So that's kind of the thing. There's positives and there's negatives. Right now, the positives are outweighing the negatives. And I would actually argue that in the month of June, when we got things like a members goal, we're going to have the pop-ups for the super chats and all of that. Once I get to the situation where I don't have to focus just on tips constantly, I think it's going to be smooth and it's going to kind of be how it was back on Twitch. It's just going to take a while to get there. But it's a learning experience for everyone, and I apologize to anyone who maybe has had a bad experience in the last week or two. We're doing our best here, okay? Okay. GOTM tipped me $1.30 and says, about Virtua Fighter, I don't care if you're skilled at the game. I want to see you play it. I care more about seeing you experience the game from a newcomer's perspective. Fair enough. I don't know exactly when it's coming out for PS Plus this month. I think it's a free for PS Plus game this month. Maybe I'll check it out if I have time. We'll see. I think there's only like 2 or 3 major releases this month that I'm planning on playing, so maybe there would be time for me to check it out because I really don't know how to play that game. I know I would be starting from scratch. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second break of the stream. After this break, there'll be about 45 minutes left where I'm essentially just going to finish up the Twitter questions, and if we do have time to take live questions, I will. Thank you guys for the contributions. Thank you for the support. Thank you for chilling with me. I will see you all after the break. If you're here live on YouTube, just hang out. I'll be back in like maybe 5-10 more minutes. If you're watching on demand on King Hate Vlogs, check out part 3, which will be a separate video, okay? All right, guys, thanks. I'll be back in a bit.
Thugs on the floor, we got thugs on the floor. Shoot 'em in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor, we got thugs on the floor. Shoot 'em in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor, we got thugs on the floor. Shoot 'em in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor, we got thugs on the floor. Shoot 'em in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Shoot 'em in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Shoot 'em in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor. Bugs in the air, we got bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Bugs in the air, we got bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Bugs in the air, we got bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Bugs in the air, we got bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Bugs in the air.
I love
It was Shepherd on the
Hogan's
floor.
dick.
Shoot him in the face cause he's on the fucking
Stop
floor.
it.
Shepherd on the floor. It was Shepherd on the floor. Shoot him in the face cause he's on the fucking floor. Shepherd on the floor. It was Shepherd on the floor. Shoot him in the face cause he's on the fucking floor. Shepherd on the floor. It was Shepherd on the floor.
Someone please
Shoot
shut
him
up
in the
this
face
dude
'cause
if
he's
he's
on the
being a
fucking floor.
moron.
Shoot him in the face cause he's on the fucking floor. Shoot him in the face cause he's on the fucking floor. He's on the fucking floor. That's how we fucking do, son. Thugs on the floor, we got thugs on the floor. Shoot him in the face cause the thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor, we got thugs.
Explode me, explode me, give it all to me, give it all to me. Explode me, explode me, give it all to me, give it all to me. Give it all to me, give it all to me, give it all to me, like me, give it all to me.
fucking game. Stop this! Ah! The Uh. I actually got a tip during the break, and I want to add that to the leaderboard before we resume. That way I can just jump right into the questions when I come back, okay? Give me a second here. So I got a $26 tip from 1 Minute Man during the break. Thank you to 1 Minute Man for that. So that's going to jump us up to $145 in tips. We're actually very close to hitting the tips goal for today, guys. All right? So, if you'd like to see me hit the tips goal, please,
It's
by all
Dark
means,
Dave's
contribute.
fault.
I appreciate that. Looks like my stream chat froze. It did. My stream chat is working on the desktop and has frozen on the laptop. So I need to try to get it to unfreeze on the laptop. It happens every once in a while.
It's been pretty slow, not gonna lie.
Reload. Okay. All right, you guys ready? For the finale, the grand finale, while this thing tries to load and fails miserably. Hype train. The whole thing crapped out on my laptop. Can't open this page, man. Reload, stupid. Oh my god, it's still not loading. Reload. Come on. Okay, now it's loading. There we go. All right, now I can come back now that it's working again. Okay, what a mess. All right, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
YouTube mode on.
The final part of Ask the King, episode 86. It's either 86 or 87. I think it's 86. For May 27th, 2021. Thanks to everyone who has chilled with me so far here live on the stream. And, of course, if you're watching along on YouTube, there's already 2 parts that should be live. So you should watch those parts first. But it's time for the grand finale. The final questions. Hope you guys are ready. Okay. So, we start off with Davey Gameray. And he says, "Hi Phil, greetings from Northern Ireland in the UK. I'm a longtime viewer and always loving your content. Gaming actually has helped me overcome a serious bout of my depression last year. My question is, what would you say to those who say gaming is a bad or negative influence? I would say it can be, but much like anything, gaming can be a different experience in a different situation for anyone. By the way, shout out to Team Ico Gamer who just did a super chat. And he says, why not do last super chat instead of top SC? I don't know what you mean by top SC. There's no SC. There's last tip, top tip's goal. The reason I haven't done anything with super chats yet is 2 reasons. Number 1, because I really need
Are you
tips
a functional
right now. That's the
retard?
focus.
I have
and
to
number
ask.
2, because all the super chats are in different denominations. So I can't say top super chat because I literally don't know. I could do last super chat, but as you can see, it's already kind of crowded. We'd have to figure out what we want to do. But all right, that's our another stream. Thank you for the
Whale. Oh, that's cool.
contribution there, Team Ico Gamer. Maybe we'll think about it. Maybe next month. Okay.
I need
All
that
right,
money. I
getting back
really
to the
do.
question.
I need that money.
Much like
Pay my
anything,
bills.
gaming can be a bad thing or a good thing. It all depends about the level and degree that you do it. It depends on how much it affects the rest of your life and in what way it affects the rest of your life. And in reality, it's all about moderation, okay? Gaming can absolutely be a time sink waste of time for certain people who just aren't doing anything productive with their lives. They're just sitting around playing video games all day. And you don't have a job, and you don't have any friends, and you don't have any family that cares about you anymore, and you don't have a significant other, and all you literally do is sit around playing video games all day and do nothing about it. Yeah, that's bad. Yes, if you're someone who has an addictive personality and you find yourself getting hooked on stuff and can't stop, playing an MMO is probably a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, it's probably in general probably going to be a bad idea. You're likely going to have a situation where you spend way too much time and can't stop yourself from keeping playing over and over and over, right? I mean, that's just kind of like common sense. But for many people, gaming is a legitimate way to sink time into something that's positive, that can make you feel good about yourself, that can make you feel like you accomplished something, that could end up being something greater than just the sum of its parts. You may think, oh, I'm just sitting here playing a video game. What does that really do? Well, It's my job. Did I ever think in my entire life, did I ever think that I would make a living being a gamer? Hell no. I never thought, even when I was a top-level competitive Street Fighter player, I never fathomed that I would make a living playing video games. It just wasn't anything that was probable or possible at that time. But that's my job now, and I've been doing this for over 10 years as my job. So that's what I mean. Like, it all depends on the life situation of a certain... What works for one person might not necessarily work for another, but there are absolutely ways that gaming could find a way to have a positive impact on your life. Perfect example here. You may be feeling like things in your real life are screwed up, and you're depressed about something that happened that you can't help. Well, maybe playing a good video game can get your mind off of it for a while and make you stop having bad thoughts, right? Or at least take your mind off of the bad things. Not to say that you're trying to avoid facing them, but in general, gaming can be a way to escape from things that are bad. You know what I'm saying? But again, it's all about moderation and making sure that you're doing something to a degree that it doesn't hurt other things that are important or essential, right? If you're depressed and you just sit there and play video games,
Thanks for the money,
that's a
stupid
bad
fuck.
idea. You see?
I got DSP is Philip J. Fry from
But no, I totally agree
Futurama.
with you, Davey Gamer Ray. Video games can absolutely, they could be a way to release. You're at a stressful day of school or work, right? You come home, man, I just want to unwind. Turn on a video game, play it for a couple hours, and now I feel good. Now I feel like I got that stress out of me, right? It could be a really positive asset in that regard. So, okay. The next question is from Yak Almighty. So if you had the power, which game series would you bring back from the dead? I would bring back 2 game series from the dead. The first would be Infamous, because I really liked Infamous 1 and 2. Admittedly, Infamous 3 I feel was a misstep. They brought the series to the PlayStation 4 console. They tried to utilize the power of the console. The visuals were good, but the gameplay suffered. I felt the gameplay of Infamous Second Son wasn't great, and the story was very lackluster. I actually felt that the first 2 games in the series were absolutely outstanding, and I'm actually kind of sad we never really got any more of Cole McGrath, okay? I would love to see a new iteration of the Infamous series with new gameplay mechanics and new things in it. I would. Another series that I would absolutely love to come back, Dead Space. Because we never even got an ending. We never got a resolution to Dead Space. What we got was a cliffhanger ending at Dead Space 3 and no actual resolution to anything. And then they decided to break the studio up. So there's no way that we're going to get another Dead Space right now unless something happens outside of the realm of, you know, the abilities of that publisher or whoever owns the rights to it or whatever. Dead Space 1 and 2 were amazingly good games. They were masterpieces, really. They were epic. They had great, scary gameplay, atmosphere. Everything was great. Dead Space 3 was a misstep because when they made the game co-op, they made it less scary. Admittedly, there were good scares in the game. What I really liked about Dead Space 3 is that when 2 people were playing it, you saw 2 completely different perspectives. Like, I was playing a co-op, and my friend John Rambo was seeing different things in the game than what I was, because one character was being affected in his mind and the other wasn't. That was pretty damn neat. I liked that about the game. But it took away the scare factor of the game in a lot of ways, and it became more about cooperative shooting than it was about survival. And the other thing was, you already kind of knew the plot of the game by Dead Space 3. Like, there really weren't that many surprises or twists to the game. You knew there were aliens. You knew they were trying to convert the humans to basically kind of be their feed or their fuel or whatever it might be. And I honestly feel like because it was dictated to them to take the franchise in a different direction, because at that point, remember, when Dead Space 3 came out, a lot of co-op games were becoming very popular. So they said, we got to have our game be co-op, man. And I feel when they did that, it killed the franchise. It didn't sell as well as the previous 2 games, and sadly, that was the end. I would love to see a revival of Dead Space, whether it's a reboot or whether it's actually the series continuing on from the end of 3 in some way. I would love that. So, all right. My name is Zway asks the following. When it comes to classic survival horror games, what are some of your favorites that you've played in your video game career that stand out as some of the best? What do you think game developers should do to bring a resurgence to the type of game genre, and if you master one, which game? In the Resident Evil series, Resident Evil 2, I feel, is the best one, the original. In the Silent Hill series, it's debatable, because I would argue the plot of 2 is the creepiest, but I actually thought the gameplay of 3 was pretty good, like better and improved, but I thought that the plot of 2 was better. So it's hard to say, like, overall, you know, what's the best or stuff like that. That whole era of PS1, PS2 survival horror games with the fixed camera angles, limited resources that made you feel like you could run out at any time and now you can't survive. Those were the best survival horror games, I feel, that I've played. Of course, they remade Resident Evil 2 as a modern game, and I felt that was ridiculously good. I was like, dude, I wish every modern survival horror game would be like the Resident Evil 2 remake was. So, the other question was, if I were to remaster a game, which one would it be? It's got to be the original Silent Hill trilogy. Remake the original Silent Hill trilogy with modernized graphics, modernized controls, much like they did with Resident Evil. Do that for Silent Hill, they would sell a ridiculous amount of copies. But the problem is Konami owns the rights, and they're idiots. Like, they don't even know what they're doing anymore. They're barely making any games, and the games they're making are terrible. They're fucking pumping out pachinko machines. They're sitting on all these amazing game licenses and doing nothing with them. Okay. I think my chat froze again. No, there it goes. Okay. Baldy. What's going on, sir? He asks, well, he says the following. 2020 was a great year for your content, in part, thanks to the huge success of The Vest. I agree with you. 2021's been pretty rocky so far with the partnership issues and then finding new footing on YouTube. How do you deal with all these random things that have happened to you over your career? You just push forward positively, right? That's just what you do. You can't let a setback completely derail what you do. You can't let a setback stop you from enjoying your life and having fun with what you do. I am lucky enough to do something that I absolutely love for a living. This live streaming gig is the best job I've ever had, and I want to do it for as long as I possibly can because I absolutely love it. All right? I have a passion for it. Not only gaming in general, but being able to have these interactive experiences with you on the internet. That's a core of who I've become as a person at this point. All right? And to let a setback stop me would basically be the antithesis of who I am at this point. How many times have things happened to me over the years, a change to YouTube, the way something monetized, getting something negatively happen with copyright bullshit or this or that, trolling nonsense, and so many things over the years have hit me in a negative way. And if I had let any of those hold me back from trying to persevere, you know what I mean? There are so many times where I could have just said, forget it, I've had enough. It's too stressful, it's too much, but I push forward. As I've told you guys many times over the years, the reason that I was known as the King of Hate was not because I was a hateful person. It was because so many people told me in a hateful manner, you can't succeed, you're not good enough, you'll never do this, you'll never do that, you'll never do that. And I use that as a motivating factor to keep going. Every day that I am here on this stream and I'm entertaining an audience, and I am able to maintain a business presence that works because what I do has value to you, is a day that I lift my middle finger to all the motherfuckers who are trying to bring me down and say, haha, another day that I'm still here and you just didn't do anything with your life. And that's the mentality that I have, is that I use that to motivate me to keep going. Yes, it sucks that the partnership's gone on Twitch. Yes, it sucks that I had to move from Twitch to YouTube, but we push on, man. We don't let that shit bother us. We just keep going, all right? And that's the attitude I gotta have. It's the only way to live my life at this point. Bradley8867 asks, who's my favorite human character from the Mass Effect trilogy? You know, it's honestly, it's an interesting question, because when you think about the entire trilogy and all the human characters that are in it, in the original game, you've got Kaidan, Ashley, who are the two major human characters. Everyone else is pretty much, an alien or whatever. In the second game, you got a more diverse cast. Jacob, Miranda, Jack, right? What's his name? Saeed. Almost forgot about him. And also Kasumi. 3, you got another different... So when you think about all of them, they're all interesting characters, but I actually feel that the most interesting party members in the Mass Effect series are the aliens. I think Garrus is really cool. Any Krogan, having their war heritage or whatever is really cool. Mortis, the fast-talking scientist. Those are, like, the more interesting characters to me. The humans are kind of like, nah, I don't really care that much. So if you're going to ask me who's actually my favorite human, outside of Shepard, of course, in the series, I'm actually going to say Joker. Joker is cool because he really feels like a part of your team and a party member, even though he's not. He never joins you in combat. But if you talk to him over the course of this trilogy, you get all these fun conversations. You learn about him. He's friendly with you. It's camaraderie. I like that they had a character that was well written enough that he doesn't have to be in your party to do combat, but he still feels like a part of the team. And he's pretty good for comic relief as well. So I'm going to go with Joker. There you go. Technical 2070 asks, where do you see yourself in 2050? Do you think that you'll still be streaming? Well, it's 2021 now, so you're saying in 29 more years, I will be 97 years old. Will I still be streaming? Okay, I won't be 97. How old would I be? In 29, so I would be 68 years old. Oh my God. First of all, I'd be shocked if I'm alive at 68. I'm serious about that too. Like, I don't know. Like, not to say that I live a horrible lifestyle of like wolfing giant fried fatty foods down my throat, because I don't do that anymore. But you know, the job I have, and the fact that it's sedentary, and the fact that there is many different diseases that sadly are hereditary to my family. Multiple ones of my family members have died of cancer, which sucks, but they did. And I already have some issues, like you know, the whole gout issue that I have is something that was hereditary and passed on to me, and makes me feel like some other things will actually be issues for me. You know, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, being honest, will I live that long? I don't know. Plus, let's take a look at the amount of stress in my life and everything. You know, you're talking potential for heart disease, heart attacks and stuff. You know, stress is a big thing. People don't realize it. But stress can actually be one of the biggest debilitating things to a human's health. Amount of stress in someone's life. And the fact that every time that I seem to be getting ahead, something happens that completely fucks me over and stresses me out. Again, it happened, right? I told you guys literally a month ago. I said, guess what, everyone? Actually, it was a little more than a month ago now. I said, guess what, everyone? If things keep going the way they're going, this is going to be one of the best years ever for me, because I'll actually be able to pay all of my monthly federal tax payments on time. I'll be making enough money to pay all of my other bills. Everything is going swimmingly as long as things don't go poorly with my streaming it or whatever. And I will actually be finally on the road to financial recovery. And then within days of saying that, Twitch kicks me out of their partnership program. Right? It's like, again. So, of course, this last month has been incredibly stressful for myself and my family. My wife in particular as well, wondering what's going to happen. Every day she's like, how are things going? Are they going good? I'm like, yeah, things actually have been really good. My fans are so supportive that I'm making it through this tough time. And now I'm on YouTube. It's a transition, but people are starting to support me on YouTube. And things are starting to pan out in a way that normally looked like, didn't know if it would. It was uncertain, but it's looking positive, okay? So, all that being said, in 2050, who knows if I'll be alive? What I will say is this. Is it probable that I will be able to stream as a job for the rest of my life? Probably not. I'm not stupid. I would argue at some point in my life, it's going to come to the point where I won't be able to be a full-time live streamer anymore. It's just not going to be viable for whatever reason. All right? I don't know. It could be tomorrow. It could be 10 years from now. It could be in 2050. All right? I don't know when it's going to be. We don't know. This is such a volatile market that I'm doing stuff in that there's no way to tell any of that stuff, right? So, that being said, I don't know, all right? I would, at the very least, as long as there are still people out there in this world who value my streams, who feel that there is purpose behind it, they get something positive out of it, I wouldn't want to stop live streaming. So even if in the future I only play a tenth as much of games as I play right now, if in the future I don't even game anymore because I'm getting too old to game, and instead I'm sitting here and I'm talking with you guys and having fun social streams and stuff like that, I would still like to do that. You know, my content very well over time may change, but I would still like to do that and have that interaction and have that with you guys for as long as I possibly can, because I love it. I love this job. I love the relationship that we have here on the streams. And again, so many people tell me that what I do has value to them personally, that they wouldn't want me to ever stop, that I don't want to, you see? Now, I'm not saying that it's viable. It may not be viable to do it for a long time, but I'm going to damn well try to do it as long as I can, All right. Fair enough. I might have to phase in other things. I may have to phase in, instead of just gaming all week, twice a week we do streams that aren't gaming. We just talk. We talk about other issues. We talk about world news. We talk about politics. We talk about different things. And those topics then get fleshed out in different ways, right? Ways that we don't usually do on my gameplay streams. Because there's certain things like religion and politics, I don't feel they have a place in my content right now. Maybe as I get older, maybe they will. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But for now, I really like doing what I'm doing, and I wouldn't want it to change. In 2050, who knows what will be viable or if I'll even still be here, right? Okay, Derek. What's going on, Derek? He asked me the following. What were your favorite childhood movies in the 80s and 90s, and what were your favorite TV shows growing up? Without going into hundreds and hundreds of examples, my top movies when I was a kid, in the 80s, my top movie overall was Ghostbusters, and in the 90s, my top movie overall was The Lion King. Those are the movies that I watched over and over, absolutely adored, and were a quintessential, important, not quintessential, but an important part of my childhood. When I think of things from my childhood, I think of those movies. Television shows, it all depended on my age and my interests changing. When I was very young, I watched He-Man, then it became Transformers and G.I. Joe, then it became things such as Ninja Turtles, X-Men, then it became like watching the WB afternoon, there's Disney afternoon shows I used to watch, but then it became more superhero stuff like Batman, Superman, stuff like that. Those were the shows, like kids shows, that I watched. But I also used to watch sitcoms and stuff with my parents, TGIF. So you're talking Full House, Family Matters, Step by Step, Perfect Strangers, those kind of shows I used to watch with my parents. And then in the 90s, it became more like Seinfeld, Friends, and stuff like that. So, in a nutshell, that's the kind of stuff that I used to watch back in the 80s and 90s. Of course, there's much, much more than that, but I'm just trying to basically abridge it for the purposes of this show, so I'm not talking for 45 minutes about that. Okay? All right. Enigma X Prince, the final question of this episode of Ask the King goes to Enigma X Prince. So congratulations to you. Here's the question. Get ready. Hi, Phil. I'm currently starting up a YouTube channel, and I've been consistent with posting video content and such, but I don't really have an audience, so the views are very small, which is sometimes pretty discouraging. I know social media is the main source in gaining an audience, but it seems like in today's age, you have to do crazy outlandish things or try to start drama on the internet to gain some kind of attention. My question is, what exactly is your advice on how to gain an audience for an upcoming YouTuber in today's age? Thanks in advance. I swear, I keep getting this question recently. Now, I haven't done Ask the King in months, but I keep getting this question on my streams. So I honestly feel like it's worth it for me to answer it here live on the stream so that it's kind of archived in a recent video or whatever. So if people want to reference it for, you know, future use or whatever, they can do so. All right. Today, 2021 is a very, very, very different place from when I started with content creation back in 2008. As I've already said on this very show, the whole attitude of people on the internet towards content in general is different. Back then, it was like, wow, I'm being provided with free and entertaining content. This is cool. Let's like it. Let's talk about it and have fun discussion. Let's laugh at it, etc. Today, it's kind of like, holy crap, man, like everyone's toxic about everything. Oh, it's no good. It's crap. It's this, it's that. I think that comes with oversaturation of the market when so many people tried to jump on the content creation bandwagon over the last decade. People were able to discern between different kinds of content and are a lot more picky when it comes to what they want to watch. And in reality, as we've already talked about again on this very show, people on the internet have become a lot more toxic over the last decade because they've realized they can get away with it. It's not like it was back in the day. Now it's, oh, I could literally just create troll accounts constantly and waste people's time. Not that normal people would do that, but sadly there are people out there with no lives and this is what they do with them. So, today it's very different. You know, back in the day, when I was uploading videos to YouTube, I don't even know how my videos got seen. I'm being honest with you, like, I don't know what it was that got my videos to first get seen on YouTube. It very well might have been that I was a person who was playing video games and doing playthroughs, and I was one of the few doing it. Maybe when I played Fable 2, I was one of maybe like 10 people posting playthroughs of it up on YouTube and doing live commentary over it. So when I uploaded Fable 2 playthrough, I was one of the few people who would show up in search results. When I went to Twitch in 2013, I already had a big established following on YouTube. So going from already having an established following to Twitch. I didn't have to do any extra work to get discovered on Twitch and get a following. It was just bringing my YouTube viewership along with me. And in reality, the Twitch streaming was always just a fan service thing at that time. It wasn't like I was focused on getting discovered on Twitch and getting a whole new audience for my content. It was quite the opposite. I only really cared about the core viewer who was watching my stuff on demand on YouTube at the time. So I couldn't really help you in regards to like any advice to, number one, get noticed on YouTube, because I was doing something at a different time period that just doesn't exist anymore. Today, everyone's done everything possible on YouTube, right? How do you get exposure as a new content creator? I don't know. As for streaming, same thing. I brought my viewership over. I didn't have to get discovered on Twitch, so I couldn't give you advice there either, quite frankly. What I can tell you is this. This is what I tell everyone now when they ask me about getting started as a new content creator and the attitude to have and things like that, all right? The way that I would approach content creation is as follows. Make content that you have a passion for and that you're going to have fun creating, all right? What I mean by that is if you like a certain game series and you're trying to get into doing Let's Plays on YouTube, play that game series that you know you like and you're going to enjoy playing and making the videos of. If you have a passion for music or a passion for cooking, make those videos, okay? That passion that you have for what you're doing hopefully will come through in that content that you create. Whether it's the knowledge of what you're doing, the fact that you're so happy and enjoying when you're doing it. You see what I mean? Hopefully that positivity and that enjoyment will come through in your content. And hopefully some people who see that content will catch it, like it, and say, oh, not only do I like that content, but maybe word of mouth, I'll tell some other people about this person who's really enjoying what they're doing. And, you'll get more attention via that word of mouth. The way that I think the reason I think this is the best mentality to have is as follows. If you go into content creation with the mentality that you're just going to do it I want to do this for a living. I want to make videos and streams for a living. So I'm going into this with the mentality that that's what I want to do. So I'm putting everything in. I'm investing money and time and everything into it, right? If that's the mentality you go into it with and you treat it more like a business endeavor or a job that is something that you have passion for, I wouldn't be shocked if people don't enjoy it. You see what I'm saying? The reason that I feel that I got popular was because I was playing games, having fun with them, being completely irreverent when I did. And I was just doing silly, quite frankly, unprofessional level commentary on what I was doing. People found that absolutely hilarious. They said, Phil, when you play games, I feel like I'm sitting next to a friend on the couch who's joking around while playing games and just having a general good time. That's why I like your content. And that's how I actually got my popularity back on YouTube back in the day. If I had sat there and I was like, I'm doing professional level playthroughs, and it's going to be super ultra professional with all kinds of edited content, high level knowledge of everything I'm doing. Imagine if, when at the height of its popularity, Street Fighter 4 came out, and I said, well, all I'm going to do is I'm going to put out tutorial videos on Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo because that's what I'm good at. So that's what the content I'm going to put on the internet. Wouldn't have got anywhere. Maybe I would have got a few thousand views here or there, but it was me messing around with silly Street Fighter 4, having fun, genuinely showing people my passion for fighting games. That's what came through in my content, and that's why a lot of people latched onto me at a very early time in my career. Okay? So, number one, having that passion, I feel, can come through and make people see that you're doing it not because you're trying to make a living and not because you're just trying to make money on this stream or this video, but because you actually love it, right? But in addition to that, here's the thing that I feel that this is the most beneficial about approaching it with that attitude. If you approach content creation with that attitude, it doesn't matter if you have 1 viewer, 100 viewers, or 20,000 viewers. It doesn't matter if you make money doing it or not. If you're having fun doing what you're doing when you're making content, you've already won because you didn't waste your time. You see what I'm saying? Even if no one watches it, you already had a good time. So who cares, right? That's kind of the mentality that I have. If I'm sitting here and I'm having a good time and you guys are having a good time, who cares about the end result of anything else? We at least got something out of it.
So if you're playing things you have a passion for, a game that you really love, or you're cooking a recipe you really like and you want to share that with an audience and you can show that passion, you have a good time doing it, who cares how many people watch it or how successful it is, right? Listen, I will never be popular in a way that I used to be on YouTube. I used to get, on every video I put out on YouTube, between 10,000 to 100,000 video views on each video I put out. Every day on YouTube, I was bringing in insane amount of views. In a month, 1 month, I brought in over 10 million views on YouTube. To give you perspective, that's like more than the popular vloggers like Boogie and shit. That's more than they were bringing in. I was actually more popular than those kind of people back in the day on YouTube. Okay? I will never get that back. I no longer have the ability, if there's a serious issue that I feel I need to talk about. Sadly, I don't feel like I'm anyone who cares about hearing my opinion anymore. There was a time when I had this soapbox, okay, that when I had something to say, remember SOPA and PIPA and S.978 and those bills that were threatening the internet, and when I talked about those things, my videos got hundreds of thousands of views and were shared all over the internet and was used as a way of, oh, here's someone who's informed on the topic who's trying to alert us to it so that we can all spread the word about it, right? I was contacted by a company who's writing a book about SOPA and PIPA who wanted me to be in the book because they said that my video was one of the most influential on the internet about it. Okay? I know I'll never get that back. I know that. It sucks. I'm sad about it, of course. I'm disappointed and I'm sad that I had this height of popularity, and because of stagnation, because of the fact that I didn't change fast enough, because of mistakes that I made over the years, and yes, because of troll shitheads who created a virally popular meme that I'm a terrible person on the internet to make it impossible, not impossible, impossible for people out there to actually like me legitimately as a newcomer, a new viewer. I get very few new viewers jumping on my content these days because of that slander and defamation against me all over the internet. Because of all those factors, I will never get back to the popularity that I ever had back then. You know, never. But I still love what I do. I still love this job. I love these streams. I love the interactions we have. I love answering your questions. I love gaming. I love doing the things that I do on a daily basis here. And because of that, I don't let the fact that things aren't as popular as they used to be or whatever get to me. I could sit here and I could dwell on it constantly and I could have tons of sour grapes and be so upset that other people have things that I feel that they don't deserve, the popularity, the money, whatever you want to say it is, right? I could sit here and I could say till I'm blue in the face, this sucks, man, I should be bigger and better than what I am. But what's the point of that? The only thing that really matters is that what I do every day I feel has meaning and I enjoy doing it. And I do. So if you, as a content creator, are enjoying what you're doing, who gives a shit if it's one person who watches or 1 million? Who cares if someone comes out and says, oh, your stuff is crap? If you enjoy doing it, it doesn't matter anymore because you already had a productive use of your time. And I think that's what a lot of people miss when they become content creators. I'm going into this with the mentality that I'm doing it for a job. So I'm going to go be a tryhard and I'm going to try to do a no-hit run in Dark Souls, or I'm going to try to play a professional level fighting game right from the get-go. And then they get into this grind mentality and they don't take off and they don't become popular. And then they are like depressed and sad or upset or angry, and they have these feelings of resentment because they feel like they worked their butt off and got nothing for it. But they didn't go into it with a mentality that they were going to enjoy what they were doing. So, of course, if they failed, then it feels like a wasted time. If you're enjoying what you're doing, it doesn't matter if you succeed or fail. You already got value out of it. And hopefully, if you're enjoying what you're doing, that passion will come through and other people will latch onto it as well. That's the best advice I can give you. All right, Baby Vaso has tipped me $2 and says, do you think it's okay for developers to lock content behind difficulty settings like back in the day, like only being able to get X character or see the true ending when playing on hard? I certainly feel that from an accessibility perspective, that could be incredibly annoying. Back in the day, the reason that a lot of game developers did that was because they had limitations on what they could fit in a game. So, I can't really fit enough content into my game to make it last 20, 30 hours. So it's a 10-hour game. Make the person beat it twice to see the true ending. Right? We're doing that right now with Returnal. Returnal is forcing me to go through the entire 6 biomes again, get these hidden sun keys to get the true ending of the game. So ultimately it's in the eye of the gamer to judge, because if you really like the gameplay loop of the game and then you play it again and you're having a great time, right, then maybe it's perfectly valid. There may be people who are like, man, that shit was a grind to begin with, now you're making me play it again, this is fucking bullshit, why is it hidden behind some wall, right? So it really is subjective. For me, it would depend on the game. Like, for example, right now I have no idea how I'm going to feel about Returnal when I play it again on Saturday. I may say, whoa, I got all these abilities now. I can walk in water. I can walk in hazards. I can do all the stuff I couldn't do the first run through. This is really cool. I'm happy I'm playing it one final time. Or it could be, I already beat all this once. This is fucking stupid bullshit. Why am I doing it again? I guess we'll see. The last tip of the stream is from Local Nomad, who tipped me $5. Said, I recently finished your Undertale playthrough. I found it way more personal and intimate experience than watching any live stream. I enjoy your current style of content, but I'm wondering if you were the viewer, which would you prefer? I don't know. You want to know why? Because I don't watch any content on the internet. And I mean that. Like, every once in a while, my wife and I maybe will watch someone play something that I've already played to see a cool, different perspective. Like, for example, we in the past couple of years, we watched a couple different content creators play games like Dark Souls or horror games. Like, we actually watched back one or two people play Little Hope because we were interested to see how other people's choices would affect what happened in the game and stuff like that. But in general, I don't know, as a viewer, if watching the content be offline and someone's hyper-focused on the game or being interactive with a stream audience, I don't know which I would like better. I don't watch enough content to really even judge it, being honest. I guess I would have to see. Like, I would agree that sometimes having a live interactive audience can be very intrusive, right? Instead of me just focusing on the game and making progress, I'm shouting out contributions for 25 minutes, right? It's true. It definitely could happen, and it could annoy some people. At the very same time, having an interactive element to certain games and streams could actually make it significantly better. So maybe it's a question of the type of game. Maybe it's a question of the personal preference of the viewer. And honestly, Local Nomad, I don't feel like I've watched enough content of other content creators to really answer the question in an educated fashion. I'm sorry, because I know you tipped me to ask me the question, but I'm not going to shoot out a bull. All right, man, I wish I could go back to the way it was back in the day. Man. No, it's not true. The thing is, as I just answered Enigma X Prince's question, right? It comes down to a factor of what's more enjoyable. I feel I'm having way more fun with my current style of content than I did back when I was just doing YouTube videos. Not to say that some of those years that I was making those on-demand YouTube videos offline, off-stream, wasn't fun. It absolutely was. But I got bored of it. Admittedly, I got really bored of it, to the point where, like I said, in 2016, I had to change something. That's when I started doing my edited style content over on KO Gaming. I couldn't keep doing what I was doing all day, every day. I was bored to tears and not liking it anymore. I needed to change in some fashion. I now know that doing these interactive streams adds an element to the content that I absolutely enjoy, way more than what I ever did before I was an interactive streamer. But does that come through to the viewer? So for some, I would say probably, and some maybe not. You could genuinely see, like, when I was playing Resident Evil Village, I loved that game. I was having so much fun with it, and I hope that came through in the streams, you see? Previously, playing the games offline, I don't know if it came through or not. You know? But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's our show. And I apologize to anyone who maybe had questions in the stream chat, but we're out of time completely. I actually filled the 3 hours. I didn't think I would, but I actually did. So I guess that's going to be it for Ask the King, episode 86. Now, the next episode is tentatively scheduled for late July, okay? I hope you guys will join me for then. I would say, if you guys liked this episode, let me know. If you feel that Ask the King is worthwhile and meaningful to continue, let me know. All right, but maybe not, because like I said, my feeling is that maybe this show may be coming outdated. I don't know. All right, I don't know. Phantom Ryu just did a super chat. He says, Phil, I don't really get to watch you on stream very often, but I want to say hi and good luck with the new format. Thank you, Phantom Ryu. I really appreciate that, because it is very different here on YouTube. It absolutely, definitely is. And I'm doing my best to adapt. I hope people are at least not too deterred from checking out the stuff. But, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Like I said, next episode, late July. Please, by all means, please post up. That's weird that it takes so long for that to pop up. Please, by all means, post up your questions. The forums, the new thread, I'll be posting up the new thread immediately. Like, I'm going to upload these videos and immediately post up the new forum thread where you can post up your questions for the next show in July. The more questions I get, the better the show is. I can't emphasize that enough that I need to have more questions and as many questions as possible because it's getting tough to pick out good questions at this point, okay? All right, guys? All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you for those who supported the stream today. What I'll have to do is I'll have to update that total members because I know we got a bunch of new members today on the stream. So I'll have that updated for tonight's late stream, and we'll go from there, all right? Thank you guys very much for a great Ask the King. Until next time, this is DSP signing off. Peace out, everybody. Later. Okay, guys. That is it for Ask the King. Thanks, guys. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to upload these episodes, 3 parts, over on the King of Hate Vlogs. That's my vlogging channel on YouTube. Okay, it's not going to be here on DSP Gaming. It's going to be uploaded over on the King of Hate Vlogs, just so you know. Later tonight, I am doing a gameplay stream. It's the continuation of Mass Effect Legendary Edition, and that starts at 6:45 p.m. Pacific Time right here on DSP Gaming. And we're going to be doing the Novaria missions. We're currently just in the intro segment of Novaria, but it's one of the longest story segments in the entire game. So I doubt we'll beat it tonight, but we should actually get pretty far in. I hope you guys will join me for that later. Tomorrow. Okay? Tomorrow. Don't leave the camera on. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Tomorrow. We go back to a full day of gameplay streaming. It'll be near replicant on the first stream. We're going to finish up the D side run and head into the new E run. That's all interesting content. I can't wait to see what it is. Tomorrow night is going to be my weekly throwback Street Fighter session. Saturday is going to be Returnal paired with more Mass Effect. And then Sunday is my day off for the week. Okay? Thank you guys for the support. We didn't hit the tips goal, but hell, we got close. I'm not sad at all. I'm happy for the support. Grateful. I will see you all tonight for Mass Effect. All right? All right. Peace out. I'll see you then. Later. Oh, here we go. Now he's talking about WWE champions. So he's a piece of shit.
You piece of donkey shit. How about this? How about this? WWE Champions. Alright? WWE Champions lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I don't think about WWE Champions. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will, because you're an idiot. You're an obsessed loser. The Ziggy Piggy is here. Thanks, Derek. I appreciate that. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. What an idiot. Shit. Why are you an idiot if you don't agree? If you don't agree, because when you have factual evidence of something constantly thrown in front of your face and you ignore it and choose to believe something else, you're an idiot. I live rent-free in their heads 24/7.
Shout out to the Otaku King. My dude, Richie Branson.
Yeah, Richie Branson. You know it couldn't hurt. Fans going Super Saiyan on your beach doing work. The Otaku King. It'll be nice to see what the other fans of Otaku bring. Wanna put an in, bustin' in, breaking like digital gangster champion. No Digivice. When they creeping up, don't let them get hope. I wrote their in before they even started. Death, I'm a nerd, so I got cash straight dollars. And if you wanna watch anime, girl, you can holler. I got a trick. Take a look at this. I spit so hot about dough it turn my dollars to a bowl of Cookie Crisp. Surprised I'm your father like Trunks. Vader, I do today what you do when you're no hyperbolic time chamber. Call me Tenchi. This ain't no joke though. I'm kinda shy, but I'm pulling girls like Ryoko. You hate anime? Oh, you hard to watch it and accelerate your world. Haru, you talk a lot of steam. Return to sender. I'll stop all that noise. Now that's your last airbender. If you wanna stress me, dude, you're gonna test me. I'll hunt you in the afterlife. My name is Yoromeshi. Before you know it, your spirit's gone. Send you to the land of the gods. Spirit bomb. You might nod your head off. I forgot to mention that I slay beats and kill lines. Rurouni Kenshin. You won't stop me, so just stop. Please, at the end you rock me when I hit you with this hockey. Monkey D. Luffy, the way you see me stamping them. You just Usopp taking glory after camping them. Guilty took the crown, but no weapon. We attack like a titan, save the world, no weapon. See? I'll always come back, regeneration. Anime and rap fans, that's my generation. Transform into a giant and put you in a stupor. Then transform once more, hold up. Super. Frankie the Tank, see? That dude's a man's guy. Full metal out, hollow inside, bank guy. Ichigo, bring a sword out, hit you DK. Don't need Ness, I'll still kill you, PK. You hate anime? Oh, you hard, dude? Watch it and accelerate your world. Haru. I was a kid and I ran around playing, man. Now I am a grown man, go and say it, man. If you wanna stress me, dude, you gonna test me. I'll haunt you in the afterlife. My name is Yoromeshi. It's real talk, no fairy tale. I got you, chowing on my own fire bars. Got you. You want my wing zero? Hi, young Kush, you gotta beat. I'll blast your ass. Trace Kush Renata. You don't like my way of life? Ninja, blow me. You're only half the man I am, Toby. You're
Someone please shut up this dude who's being a moron.
I am my own army, Kaze Bunchu no Jitsu. When it comes to getting glory, I'm always down for Shimmer, man. See through your fake ass butt. Buster, share again. Burning up tracks like I'm Wrecker, shooting flames all the rage, trying to become a legend like the Purdy Sage. I can tell, you better watch it, dude. Psychopaths on your ass. You better watch it, you. You say you got suspicion, but we know I got hyper intuition, Bongola Primo. Root like wind, but better start getting wise, or else you feel really blue when you get exercise.
Hey, anime, your heart, do. You better watch it and accelerate your world, Haru.
Hype train. Thanks to Jubbity Bubbity for joining the Hate Army.
Next time you're out, instead of using all these regular old school Joe pickup lines, you should try one of these. I'll wait her, I save her, so why try to bait her? Maybe one day she will favor me, I just might date her. They rub my pokeballs the wrong way and I'll eradicate. I keep it straight though, I can say I wanna play her patty cake. You drop something, baby, ain't no need to fear. It was just a conversation, I'll pick it up from here. Forget these other blames and you won't hurt no more. You must be Google cause you have everything that I'm searching for. Girl, hold this shirt real quick, I'm super serial. You know what that's made of? Yeah, that's boyfriend material. I think she thinks I'm a player, she thinks these all are big buns. I'm an average though, I just crush a lot, so here come the big guns. Never had to stretch as far, now I'm obtuse. The angle I get from you, girl, is really acute. If you got that, it's a sign, so you should co-sign and be done. Cause we do that together, we practically be one. So many ladies, you all must be Jamaican. What? Cause you Jamaican me crazy. Some lines work best and some other worse. But if you were a booger girl, you know I'd pick you first. These other guys beneath you, it's understood. You must be Campbell's cause you are good. The ones that are not allured, but it's better to laugh than sit around and be bored. Next week catch me at the gym, leg day, yeah, I'm doing squats. Next to me was the super hot girl, you know I had to bop. I run some more just for fun. You must be a great baker, cause I really like your buns. I told her, to one I could not be confined. My love for you is like dividing by zero, undefined. Why you hot and cold like Illinois weather? I rearranged the alphabet, put you and I together. Debug like BBA, clean. No need to be mean, but dang, you have the nicest syntax that I've ever seen. This ain't a blizzard, so please don't bite. While I may not be DQ, girl, I'll still treat you right. On to your beauty, yeah, it really blind me. Who, me? I'm Mr. Right, I heard you trying to find me. Got the phone out? Alright. They call me one up, but girl, you can call me tonight. So many ladies, you all must be Jamaican. What? Cause you Jamaican me crazy. Some lines work best and some other worse. But if you were a booger girl, you know I'd pick you first. These other guys beneath you, it's understood. You must be Campbell's, cause you are good. My lines are ones that are not allured, but it's better to laugh than sit around and be bored. Don't you ever get tired of just using like regular old pickup lines? For 4 easy payments of $9.99, you can have access to one-up's wonderful corny pickup line book. Works 60% of the time, every time.
Marched on, armed with plastic swords and matchsticks. It's easier than the first 9 bases. I wish it could stay this safe until the summer comes and washes it away. Then everything now has got consequences. I know you're waiting for the snow to fall, but there's no snow around here. I know the lights are long, they're wrong, but they're wrong. Marched on, armed with backpacks and lunch in brown sacks. We're trampling on the words of elders as if they could smell her face. Until another comes and washes her away. But then everything now has got consequences. I know you're waiting for the snow to fall, but there's no snow around here. And I know the lights are wrong, they're long, they're long. And she says,
You're asking me questions that I can't answer. It's bringing us down, and the time that it takes to get here from nowhere, I just won't hang around.
'cause I know, and you know. How this ends, how this ends. And I know you're waiting for the snow to fall, but there's no snow around here. And I know these lights are long, they're long, they're long. When I say you're asking me questions that I can't answer, it's tearing us down. And the time it takes to get here from nowhere, I just won't hang around. I ask you these questions that I can't answer, it's tearing us down. The time it takes to get to this war zone, I just won't hang around. Size mine, she won't hang around. Side, she won't hang around. She won't hang around. She won't hang around. She won't hang around.
Every hope you smashed in my tomorrow
She won't hang around.
must have seemed like such a waste when that tomorrow
She won't hang around.
Rubbed out a win. He did not earn that whatsoever.
We fell out of love like shooting stars, came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. slow, and we're building back up again now.
A man who on every occasion has given the best that he has.
I'll be right beside you.
Stretchers and nurses and you just sit there waiting, coining and food out and wagon goes on repeating. You eat whatever you can find here. The hours tick by and still you are left here guessing if they were even still alive. Doctor said she'd be a while. Do you need those questions answered? So you hold on. The sun and moon have come and gone. And on the bright side, the cafeteria open still. It's been 16 hours. When someone gonna tell me something? Anything I don't even need details. 16 hours when someone gonna tell me something? Anything I don't even need details. 16 hours when someone gonna tell me something? Anything I don't even need details.